That's right, Robin. Our first full-length motion picture feature in color opens a whole new world of thrills. The big screen gives us more space on land, sea, and in the air to challenge the most cataclysmic collection of super criminals that ever plotted to take over the world.
Okay, Batman, let's deliver the punchline.
And welcome to a special Batman film club. Of course, we're going to miss Sandy Q. She's doing family things, but I'd see straight away, thank you, Sandy. Sandy's dropped 5 memberships. Chat's gone mad. So me and Jay are going to talk about that. So before we go that, Tammy got one, Stone Cold Heart. Sandy also got one, Wolfie. Uncle Martin with the mountain bike. And what's the last one? Let's see. I can't say that. Lisi. Sorry. Yep. I was going to think. But Jay, chat's going mad. We're doing a Batman special. We don't know where this is going to take us. It might go down a rabbit hole. How are you been, sir?
I'm good. As always, another busy week, but happy to be here at the weekend. And we're not only doing film club, but talking Batman of all things, which is fantastic. The only downside is Sandy couldn't be here with us today. So, of course, we miss you, Sandy, but we hope you're having fun on your trip.
I must say, what is going on with Adams West? That was the trailer outro for the 1966 movie. And I had it because I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But you can't beat a bit of Adam West. Adam West, I think, is he winning the poll? Okay, he's winning it on 43%. Now, people, I couldn't do everyone. So YouTube only allows me to do 4 in the poll. So we just picked the 4. Okay. Somebody wants somebody on there. That might be controversial. Might end the poll, then put another 4 on. You never know. We might do that. So maybe 30 minutes in, we stop this poll, add another 3, and somebody will get Affleck on there.
And then we'll have to do a poll of the winner of the first poll versus winner of the second poll.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. There's quite a lot. There is a lot of when you actually go through the lists.
Yeah, I mean, when you break
the
it
live
down,
action. Yeah, and you've got like, of course, the TV shows. Who's like people who played a young Bruce Wayne, I suppose, Batman as well. That's always happened. So,
and an old Bruce Wayne too with the Titan series, which wasn't particularly good. But yeah, we got the old Bruce Wayne in that one. So
I didn't mind it though. Just like it's one of those.
I didn't mind the first season or 2. I think I kind of fell out of it in the Jason Todd and Scarecrow season, which might have been season 2. I'm not sure. I think a little bit halfway through that season, I fell out of it. I meant to circle back and finish it, but never really did.
Yeah, then there was Gotham as well, wasn't there?
Gotham, I finished. Gotham was like a guilty pleasure for me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so I must say, you're like, it's not that good, but I can't enjoy it.
Yeah, but I can't stop watching it. Saw the whole thing through, but yeah.
But yeah, so we of course, this is Batman. Now we're gonna go through probably everybody. We're gonna go a bit crazy. We're gonna go off topic, on topic. We're gonna talk about Batman. Now, before we go to Batman, people know I like comics. I'm not a very much of a Batman collector. One of my friends was more when I was younger. He would always, like, when we used to go into like the Forbidden Planet into the 80s and 90s, that was him getting the latest Batman and getting a back catalog as well. So unfortunately, it'd been good to get him on. He would have gone proper geeky, but he'd have gone like comic geeky. But yeah, I Batman is Batman. That's what I love. I say, like, what was your now? This is going to be hard for me because I should have gone to the 1989 one. I was young, but my mum wouldn't let me go because she said I wasn't old enough. So I was really pissed off. All my cousins went, Everybody else went, and I had to go and sit with my grandparents, and then everybody went to sit at the cinema.
That's terrible.
You know that.
That's a villain origin story right there.
Yes, that is like one of those. Oh, flipping heck, and that's it. So yeah, my first Batman cinema experience was Batman Returns, because that was 92, I think 93. People let me know. Sure, that was it. So they let me go to the cinema. Then they were like, yes, okay, you hold on, because I think it was a 12. So yeah, the Batman Returns, yes, 1989 one. Damn, I wasn't allowed. The bitterness will come in this stream later, I must say that. But
well,
yeah,
it's funny too, because that one I've always heard was such a phenomenon. Obviously, I was born a little bit later, so I wasn't able to see that one in theaters. But I remember hearing a lot of people talk about that Batman '89 movie, as being comic nerds from the '70s into the '80s and all that, and just how much it meant to actually see Batman on the screen as Batman should be. Because obviously Adam West was the main interpretation in terms of live action before that. And that show was really geared towards a younger audience, it seems. I never watched much of it. I've seen a few episodes and a handful of clips. But I respect the hell out of what Adam West did, and Burt Ward, and everybody, Cesar Romero, everybody who was on that series. But it was definitely a bit more campy and geared towards, the younger audience. So I remember just hearing a lot of stories through podcast streams, whatever, of how much that '89 Batman meant to people and how much of a phenomenon it was. And it's something I always kind of regret, not that I regret, because nothing I can really do about it, but I wish I could have been part of that, whole thing.
No, I think it helped as well. There was so many, I suppose it was the era as well, coming off, I suppose, the merchandise of Star Wars and all that there was a lot of hype around it, with like trying to sell all the merchandise, even with like McDonald's, like you get their Happy Meals, and it was all gearing up. Like I don't think they knew how it was, but yeah, it was this is cinema moment, like that. It felt like at the time, and so disappointed.
Well, it's one of those kind of pinnacle cinema moments that I feel like we just don't really have anymore. Last kind of ones I can think of is like, really, honestly, the early 2000s with the Lord of the Rings, and even some of the prequels. I know people didn't love the prequels, but I remember 2005 when, God, what's the third prequels title now? It's slipping my mind.
I'm gonna hold. I don't know.
Yeah, it's slipping my mind, and I like the prequels, and it's actually slipping my mind. But I remember the third prequel. They were kind of just like back-to-back releases of like 1 year it was one of the Lord of the Rings movies, then it was a Star Wars prequel. And I remember just like the hype still being a thing then, but I can't remember the last time that was really like a big thing.
Yeah, because I think like you had quite a lot in that kind of like 80s kind of things, like we're talking about, of course, Batman hype. You had Jurassic Park had hype. Like one everybody found out the Matrix, what we'll be talking about in 2 weeks. That had a lot of hype. And then you had the Lord of the Rings, a lot of hype, and then of course, 99, the release of the Phantom Menace, that had, whoa, everybody was
Phantom Menace, Clone Wars. What the hell was the last one? Why can't I think of the name?
Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith. I keep even saying it.
Oh God.
Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, was that it? Was that the
Revenge of the Sith?
Okay, God. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. It was. Okay, sorry, brain fart there. All right, back to Batman before I embarrass myself more here.
Let me just correct you as well. It's not Clone Wars. It's Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones. That's right. Clone Wars was the animated series.
Yeah, the animated series.
Attack of the Clones.
Anyway, let's get back to where we are. Is Batman.
We've already been sidetracked.
Yeah. So I'm going to quickly go to the comics. That, of course, 1939. It's like that, and I think then they call Detective Comics. Of course, you got the Superman come mostly, and then you had Batman. Then you had the Batman series. Now, this is where some people are going to differ. I don't think the early Batman can be interpreted as a standpoint into movies. I just think it's very comic book. I think if you go by kind of the mid 80s, kind of like to the 90s, where it got really dark, it felt like you're watching you're reading a detective comic, and it got a bit brutal, it got a bit darker. You kind of understand that it's better, but like the artwork on these ones, like the style, I think is good. How it progressed through brilliant. Like Disney, it is great. But yeah, it's yeah, I like the older ones. I must say I wasn't really a fan to go back to the new, like I suppose the first kind of like sets, and like of course you can't buy them, like I got that kind of money, but you can read them still. But yeah, but even to that, now this is, I'm going to put a quiz question up for people in chat. Now, you said Adam West. There was 2 before him. They were TV. That was Batman.
I'm not familiar with these. Wow.
Yeah. Go on. I'm going to let the proper nerdy, geeky guys in chat. Let's see if they get it right. Who's left? Who's right? I'm going to wait. We're going to wait. But look, this is where, okay, costume design might gone out the window slightly.
Yeah, but a little bit.
Like, this is 1940. So this is 43 and 45, I think. So yeah, they are what they are.
I mean, when you look at the original 39, 1939 design with the ears being a little bit more pointed like that, it's not far off. I mean, they tried.
They tried. Yeah, that's the most politest way. They try. Go on, chat. I'm gonna give you a couple of more minutes. All right, left is Lewis Wilson. No, unfortunately, these guys, like unless you proper Google it up and had a look, and then Robert Loudry, I think is how you pronounce his name.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with
took over. It was a very short. I think the first movie was kind of one of those, I suppose, B movies you get like before the main show. That was it, you kind of things like that, and it was mostly all done kind of Saturday. I suppose you call it Saturday night TV, cinema, kind of. It's like that. You have your Buster Keaton kind of reels, I suppose, or whatever, and then you have that. So it's it's good.
Would these have been during the George Reeves Superman time frame generally, or?
I think it was kind of
right around that time.
The kind of it's around that side. But I think these I don't think it works, like that. And of course, then you have Adam West, and we go because it's Film Club, of course. Then you have kind of the first main one is the 1966 Batman movie. Now, have you ever seen this? Because the show.
No, I have not.
Okay, I would leave you there. And I mean that. And I mean that very, very, very politely. As you said, you can understand the show. You can in kind if it's on, but I'm never going to watch series 1, 3. Like go straight into it. Now this one was set into between 1 and 2. Now it actually did well at the box office. It did was made for like $1 million, and it got like nearly 4. So yeah, it was a success. It has I suppose to any nerd fans who likes comic books, Batman, even Superman, or the the Justice League or any of those. It's warm. It's warm to the heart, I suppose you want to say. It's nice to see. It's good. It's a bit corny, as the opening I just showed you. Apart from that, it can be. It's not the Batman, I suppose is the best way to put it. It's not what you perceive into the comics, and it's good, but it's not great. It's just a bit corny, and I think this unfortunately is one of those ones where it's not dated well. Let's just say that. I don't think, but it's always everybody. I like it. That's the thing but I wouldn't. Yeah, if somebody said, you've got to watch the 1966 version because it's amazing, I would just mate. Like unless it came on and you were like, oh, I can kill some time. Otherwise, from that, it's just a bit too. It's too much cheese. Let's just say that for today as well. I think you've seen, of course, the series. Yeah.
I mean, and fair enough too. The ones from my childhood, like the Joel Schumacher ones, more specifically in the 90s, it's a very similar thing for me, at least. It's like, are they good? No. Are they too cheesy and campy and goofy? Yes. But growing up as a kid, that's what I had, and that was my kind of introduction to Batman. So like, it's still nostalgic for me. So if it's on somewhere or other, like it's not on TV much. I know we always say if we're flicking through the channels, which I don't think any of us do all that much these days, anyways. But every so often, I'll give it a watch, or if I happen to see it on TV, if I am flicking through the channels, I'll watch those ones. But would I recommend them? Would I say they're quintessential Batman? No, they're silly, they're goofy. The bat nipples is always a meme, and the bat credit card and all that. Like, it's not
holy moly, Batman,
right? Like, so if you grew up with them, I think that's one thing, and you can always have that place in your heart. But I so think much people has changed in the storytelling of Batman in live action that it's hard to put these with some of the rest.
Yeah, that's why I think like Adam West has such a even on the poll, he's doing well. He's like, you couldn't see Adam West playing a modern Batman, but you could see some other ones like doing just being stupid. Like it's a bit of I say kids fun TV, and everybody's been brought up to it. Get it? It's not supposed to be taken seriously, but that is how they portrayed Batman. Then it's like that. We need to take the TV. It's not going to be dark. Like the Jokers, like all the baddies, like some of them are like they got ridiculous, like through what they wanted through the comics, and then like everybody's a bit silly. It's a bit silly. Yeah. It's just like that.
But it was still the era when comics were looked at as something for younger audiences and for kids and all that. And it's like, okay, like I said, fair enough. I understand why they did this show that way. It was geared to the younger audience. I'm assuming Hollywood studios still looked at comic books as something that was for younger audiences, was for kids. So, it would take a bit before they would realize, like, no, you can tell actually some like adult and really interesting stories with Batman if you do it, a certain way, which we got with Batman 89.
Yeah. Until that. Boom, boom.
Oh, perfect.
Still hurts. Still hurts. On cue. Now, this is gonna sway because I'm guessing that we're gonna have to do at the end your favorite Batman movie, your favorite Batman, and I always like to say your favorite Bruce Wayne because I think they're different.
That's always a good thing to point out.
But Batman 89, Keaton, Nicholson, it's good. It's a good like when this came out, I was like. When I finally got to watch it, I was like, wow, it's literally it doesn't. I like this because it's got Timothy Burton's darkness kind of when it's his style. You could watch this and see it's his style. It's also it's not taking it too seriously. It still has that edgy comic book, I suppose, Saturday feel, but it also has a lot of edginess, and that is, I'd say, Nicholson like playing how he plays the Joker I think is great. I must say that I think like the to do that, but Keaton, of course, Keaton I think is different. I'm going to say this in a way because Keaton is probably he's not a good looking Batman in the sense he's not the playboy Batman you get later on, and everybody, I suppose, kind of perceives how Batman should be, the Dark Knight, I suppose, and then the playboy billionaire during the day. So, but your fault straight away because of course it's not.
Well, I love this one. I agree with a lot of what you just said there. Michael Keaton, I think, is a great Batman. I think he was the gold standard of Batman for a very long time, and I think he still is for a lot of people. I would agree that he doesn't necessarily have the look of Bruce Wayne that you kind of imagine when you think of that billionaire playboy, philanthropist type of thing. But he plays a really good Bruce Wayne, I think, in these movies. A fault of, I think, a lot of the movies, and we'll kind of go as we go on, we'll talk about them, is that I don't think enough of them really lean into the Bruce Wayne side of Batman enough. No. But in some of the ones that do, like this one, I think, he did a pretty good job holding up to that. But no, I love this one. I think, like you said, Tim Burton, his general kind of feel for design and the way he sets up his worlds and his movies, I think makes great for Gotham. I think he had a really good looking Gotham in this. I think it just lends itself to being a design, like an art style that's great to design a Gotham. Agree with what you said about Jack Nicholson. Again, for a very, very long time was the gold standard of Joker. And I think maybe for some people still is. For me, Heath Ledger kind of took that crown a few years back, but a fantastic interpretation of Joker. There's really not too many bad things to say about this one. It really changed the game for how you could do live action comic book stuff.
Yeah, and I liked it how they, and especially probably in Batman Returns, where we go on to next, of course, that Gotham is its own character in this.
Yes, and that's so important. So important.
Because I think you don't see that probably until Batman Begins. You see the character of Gotham, and I think that is one thing, because you can make it, and I think they did it wrong. We'll talk about it later on some movies where it makes it too much look like Brooklyn, a bit too New York.
Oh, your mic just cut out there, Stasis.
There we go.
All right, you're back. You're back.
I don't know what happened there.
We lost you at Brooklyn.
Yeah, but it does. It looks too much like New York, where I think
are you talking Batman Begins?
Yeah, some of the other ones where you got probably Batman Begins. I would say like Dark Knight Rises. I think that's too New York.
Yeah,
it
feels. Was always. I think it feels like New York, Chicago. It just feels like a big city, like a generic big city. That was always an issue with me for those.
Yeah, movies. And I think even with like the Justice League, they made it a bit more of a character again. And you even get that with some of the shows, and especially the Batman animated series, where it should be its own character, because it's there. It's supposed to have that feel. It's supposed to be a city kind of grimy but has hope, I suppose, in that kind of thing. Everything's a bit over the top, like that. And I'm gonna things like that, but that's the American way. Let's build it big, but Gotham did it bigger.
Well, Gotham was a pinnacle city, before the crime corrupted and all that. So it should represent that, a historic. That's why you get this kind of Gothic look. No pun intended with Gotham, but because it's a little bit older than your metropolis and all that. But it's a pinnacle city for the country in that world. So it's supposed to be big and grand and all this stuff. And what I like about the idea of Gotham being, what's interesting that you bring that up is just recently, actually, I watched all these movies with my wife because she had never seen anything prior to the Batman Begins start. So the trilogy. As a kid, she had remembered watching the Poison. She's like, I remember Poison Ivy being in one of those movies. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Yeah, she was. She's like, I want to go back and watch all those. I'm like, well, if we're going to watch those, we got to start at 89. Because we're not just going to watch the Joel Schumacher ones. Like, you're going to watch the good ones, too, and then we'll do those ones. So we watched all these, and by the end of the rewatch of all these, she was like, you're right, the 89 one was the best one, the Michael Keaton one. I'm like, yeah, it's just it was for so long the best Batman movie, and again, in some cases still is. But as we were watching it, one of the things I was pointing out was the idea that Gotham is a character, and that's something that I felt like the Christopher Nolan movies had missed. And the way I kind of made, like, at first she was like, what do you mean it's a character? So I was like, that the example I use is like, that feeling in a Harry Potter movie when the camera pans over the Black Lake and you see Hogwarts and you kind of get that chill down your spine of like, oh my God, it's Hogwarts, this larger than life kind of area. Yeah. Like, that's what it means for a place to be a character. And as soon as I said that, she's like, oh, I get it. And as we progressed through the movie, she was like, now I see what you mean with Gotham being a character. Because it is its own kind of character. It's supposed to have that. When you see it, the hair stands up on the back of your neck because you get chills because it's like, oh my God, that's Gotham. And some movies done it better than others, for sure. I think, like you said, the Justice League movie in that opening scene with Ben Affleck chasing one of the parademons and all that, I think they got a good glimpse of the look. Unfortunately, we never got enough opportunity to kind of dive into, Ben Affleck's Gotham and all that because the way things went with those movies. But yeah, I think that one nailed it a bit. I think, a few others have as well. The Joker movie, for example, I think had a good Gotham, although it looked a little bit more like a standard city. I think it had so much the heart of the city was so infested with crime that it still kind of got the point across to a degree, even though it wasn't as, Gothic and neon buildings and lights and signs and all that. But the Tim Burton ones, to go back to this topic, for me, absolutely captured. I thought that Gotham looked great in it.
Yeah. Well, it's even that it's like, they've got it. I think he just got the look right. I think, like, as a director, he knew like how the costume design should be. Like, everybody's black grays. There's nobody really bright colors except for when Kim Basinger is wearing her kind of whites and stuff like that. She's the romantic things, and then of course the only other person that is supposed to be elaborate when it happens is the Joker.
Right,
he's allowed to be in color. That is it. Everything else is that monotone kind of. I suppose it's a I got director. I've literally lost my mind. Tim Burton's look. Everybody's character-wise, Tim Burton's look. So it feels right. But the story, how they did it with, I suppose, if you like nobody's seen Batman before. They want to kind of an origin story, but doing it just very, very subtly. It's not the origin story, but how they did it quite well with not, especially like Batman Begins, wanted to dive deep into the origin of Batman. Whereas this, I think, it was a great setup of having, how they did it with that, and especially when, like, the threat of Batman when you first see him is like. Like, who are you? I'm Batman. And it's like, they don't know who he is really at the moment. Like, there's just there's the whispering, between the criminals, like that. And I think they even do that in the things, on other shows, like not tonight, because it's got, the bat signal has been sent out, or it's got dark. We're not going to do it.
Still believe that thing that was in, I think, The Dark Knight or Begins. It was a nice little scene of that where like they're trying to make some drug deal or something, and the guy like runs off because the bat signal's on. Yeah, there's a great little line like that about like, oh, you really believe he exists or whatever it is. Yeah, I would say this isn't an origin, but
Ben over gifted and Ickle Pickle got it. Thank you very much, Ben. Very much appreciated.
But yeah, I would say
you're Batman. Every time I do it, anybody gifts a scene, I'll just go, "You're Batman."
But yeah, no, it's definitely not an origin story. It's more of like it takes place within Batman's like first couple years, probably even maybe first year or two of year and a half of being Batman. The world's not totally as sure of him, that he exists, all that, but he's been obviously practicing the crime fighting for a little bit.
But it does, like I say, we're setting up how he grows Keaton into Batman. He grows Keaton into Batman's movie, because it's a very, like, if you actually think about the actual script to this, if you take back, it's an 80s movie. It's guy meets girl.
Yeah, it's not complicated.
It's not a complicated story. It's just there's Batman and there's Bruce Wayne. So it's good. You'd say, like, okay, you could see faults in this movie. I think most people, they picked in things, but I think most people enjoy and love this movie because it as we said about 66 movie and all the shows, they're not things. This still holds up. This still really holds up, and I think that's why even like they went Keaton, you can have the cameo in The Flash kind of thing. But it holds up. It's like, because they don't make, and this is why I said, like, you have to make Gotham a character, is if you make it too modern, it loses that things that Gotham can be set. And I think that's, with the animated series, how they did, completely different to what we've seen, but it didn't feel wrong because it doesn't have to be set in 1989, this movie, to work. It could have been set in, like the 70s. It could be set in like modern day. Like it just feels right. It feels, it feels like a dirty Gotham, like that. So I do adore this movie.
And that's what's great about it, is that even like outside of maybe seeing some of the cars in the movie or like technology, I can't think if there's any cell phones or anything like that, but like outside of seeing things that look like they're from, a certain time period, which in this case, the 80s, the Gotham doesn't feel like it's anything more than just what Gotham should be. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look like it's from the 80s or any time period. It just looks like Gotham should from comics.
Yeah.
That's, I think, one of the reasons why it holds up so well. Of course, then you start seeing some of the vehicles, things like that. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, this was made in the 80s. But outside of that, nothing about the look of this movie feels like, oh, this was supposed to be set as Batman in the 80s. It just looks like this was supposed to be Batman. Similar to how, the more modern ones that don't go too bland can do a little bit of that, where it just feels like Gotham versus, oh, this feels like Gotham would look in 1980.
Yeah. And I think as well, like, he did it right. And like, I'm going to say another movie in a minute where the black worked. I know like a lot of things are going to go, oh, I want the gray, and even later on the blue kind of thing. I still like the black, and I mean that in a way is because that is comic book. That is, even like with the cartoon version, the animated versions. But I'm going to bring up one movie that did it right as well, and it was black, and nobody moaned, is Dredd. He's wearing combat. He's wearing like a police combat gear. What? Somebody in that, like, he's not Judge Dredd as 2000 AD Judge Dredd. So I think this works. yeah, there's costume changes and all that, and I think every movie developed better. I think it's more as well. This is like, it's a rubber suit, isn't it? And I know he I watched the documentary once, and it was that I think it's even up to Val Kilmer's one that they couldn't hear, so they couldn't because it was so like thick. It was like that, so they were just kind of trying to react that the person in front of them were now in their lines, so they could now their lines because they couldn't hear anything like that when they had the suit on, and it was apparently really awful because they had to like.
Oh God, it must have been terrible sweating in that thing. Oh my God, can you imagine? It must be awful.
You sweat out. I'm Batman, and I need some water.
Uncomfortable feeling. I can feel it now. I'm cringing over it. That's gonna be terrible.
Yeah. That must have been a.
God bless them. They did it.
Yeah, like I don't know how far it went, but like to get the things, but you'd think it would be, up to chest, and then the rest would be applied onto it, like zipped up. There must have been different scenes. Like it does help, I guess, in like it's one of those ones that you're lucky you got a cape that you can unzip yourself from the back, and like otherwise that would have been a horrid thing. But I think most people like I don't think this is one that you can't complain about. This is if you was a comic book lover or any of the things, and you went, I want to be Batman, and somebody went, you have to be Keaton's Batman, you'd be like, yeah, I'm taking that.
Yeah.
And if they said, and I think it's even like going forward, we got the ones, the newer ones, if they went, we're just going to do kind of a rehash of the Tim Burton's Keaton, and I feel like Batman, I think people would go, yeah, I'm in for that. It's like that. I'm having that look. It's like, yeah, it's got Burton's stamp on it very hardly. But if they redid this kind of like that style, I'm not saying no. I'm saying no.
Well, I think that was one of the few highlights of the Flash movie, to be honest with you, was seeing, even without doing a reboot of it and just kind of bringing Keaton back, that was probably the best part of that whole movie, was just seeing him and seeing kind of what they could do with the technology advancements for his Batman in terms of filmmaking. All his stuff in it I enjoyed, minus the kind of forced line of you want to get nuts, let's get nuts, or whatever. Like it was a little forced, and you could tell Keaton felt like it almost looked like Keaton knew it was forced. He's like, you guys really gonna make me say this?
What was it in the trailer? It's like when the kind of things like, who are you? I'm Batman. You just love it. You love it. You're like, yeah, I'm loving that. I'm like that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm taking it. We've had so much
but seeing him with the ability to move around and glide and fight and the Batwing and all that, like that was really cool. So there is still a place in people's hearts for this Batman, 100%.
Yeah, I'm one of the advocates. I wouldn't mind having, like, I know it's a different world, but like having an older Batman. And he has to like pass over the reins to Robin, having that kind of that story arc that's not being really shown. We'll say when he got like the things, death in the family. Then after that kind of reigns. They've really not gone that deep into the darker side of Batman's psyche. I mean, like that. You're having a couple of I think the Gotham kind of went there slightly. Not Gotham. Titans went to. But he was a side character to that show. I like him, like the guy. I can't remember. The actor who played him, and I know he's been in.
It was Jorah Morant from Game of Thrones, but I can't remember what his name is.
I like him as an actor.
That was his name in Game of Thrones.
I think he plays like that older statesman Batman really well. And I wouldn't mind having, like, if you can't get Keaton, get kind of that. You could go really well. You need to get right. And I think, Titans didn't do it well. They made it too Hollywood. Let's be polite. Like too Hollywood in point, where it just needed to be dark. It just needed to be a dark series. And I just didn't think they just had the balls to go there, and it had promise, and that was what I think you said that season one. It's interesting.
I watched season one. I thought was pretty interesting. Season two, I think, was the Deathstroke season that I also enjoyed, and then season three, by the time we got to Jason Todd with Scarecrow, I was kind of just like tapped out, like it's not really doing it for me anymore. Even the first two seasons, they weren't anything spectacular, but they were enjoyable. It was interesting, enjoyable. I had no issue watching it, but somewhere along that third one, I was just like, this isn't for me anymore.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say was the perfect thing they should do, and I can't believe they haven't done, and I wish they would have done this instead of the Flash movie or that Batgirl movie with Keaton that got canceled. It's so easy. A Batman Beyond story, a retired Bruce Wayne passing the reins over to Terry McGinnis it writes itself. It pays for itself because you're going to make billions on that as long as it's good. But I mean, maybe not billions, but probably $1 billion, because people would love to see that, to see Keaton return. Batman Beyond, as much as it's not as like a household thing as Batman himself, people still love it. Crystal,
yeah. Whatever happened to him? There we go.
When we watched this movie, when I watched these movies with my wife recently, I actually looked up his filmography because I'm like, what did happen to Chris O'Donnell? And he had been in some random shows, like some of those. I want to say it was like some of those fire rescue shows, or maybe like police work shows. I can't remember what it was, but he had a decent little career, kind of doing some TV stuff. So
yeah,
it wasn't too bad.
Like that kind of NCIS kind of show.
Yeah, like exactly like that type of thing. There's a bunch of them here in the U.S. Like Chicago Fire, Chicago Ambulance, Chicago Police, like this whole Chicago universe thing. I don't know that he was in any of those, but it reminds me of the show that I remembered seeing his name on. So he's in a few of those type of things, I believe. But yeah, no, a Terry McGinnis, a Batman Beyond, like I said, as much as Batman Beyond isn't as well known as Batman himself, it's got a very passionate fan base, a lot of people who love it, and I think it would be an easy sell to get over to audience, the masses who don't really know Batman Beyond or Terry McGinnis all that well. That was it, and you use Keaton to tie in some of the older generations or people who just know, that was it. That was your chance to do a Batman story in the future of Bruce Wayne's life versus just kind of going back to, how many times do we have to see the poor Waynes die in Crime Alley? I mean, we've seen the origin so many times.
I'm glad that James Gunn, we'll talk about it, he has confirmed that if there are things, they will not be an origin story. And we're like, yes, because I don't need to see it yet again. I don't just need to see a flashback yet again. I think, it's you've got the movies there. Yeah, they're different things. I think, it's always there. But talking about the next one, let's get on.
Sandy's actually got a great question in chat. Sandy asks, before we leave this film, how do we rate this Batmobile?
Oh,
it's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. It's
let's see if I can get a picture.
It
1989.
might honestly be my favorite as I'm kind of running it through my mind right now. Because when we get to the Joel Schumacher ones, he changes it in ways. He keeps the core aspect of it, but he changes it in ways that I don't love. Makes it a little too kind of futuristic with too much lights and stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the Tumbler from the Dark Knight series. It's too much of a tank. Ben Affleck's was fine, and Robert Pattinson's just kind of looks like a souped up Mustang.
Here we go.
It's this one. It's 100% this one, Sandy.
Yeah,
it's just brilliant.
I think there's slight changes probably to Batman Returns, but there's nothing you're gonna notice.
Yeah, not as drastic as the change going into Val Kilmer's Batman.
Yeah, and I'm not. If you had to have this on your desk or had a thing, look at that.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
I think it's good because it really doesn't. It doesn't feel like a car. I know it's got four wheels, but it looks. What is this? It's very, it is a great Batmobile. Is it my favorite? Yeah, 100%.
I think it is. Yeah, I can't think of one. Ooh. I'm even thinking of video games like the one in Arkham Knight. I don't hate that one. I think it's better than the Tumbler from the Dark Knight series, but it's still a little too much of a tank. It's that one. That one, and then I do love the one from the animated series. And to be honest, I do really like the Adam West one, although that one feels a lot like a car with some, wings on it. But I do love the Adam West one. I actually have somewhere in some box somewhere in the house, I have a Hot Wheels, like, I don't know, it's like a foot long size. I don't know exactly if it's 1/6 or what scale it is, but a die cast. I think that's the material they call it, the die cast, whatever it is that those Hot Wheels, used to be made out of. Replica of the Adam West one, and it's beautiful. I absolutely love it. I actually have to find a place to put it up here on my desk so I can look at it more often. But
love it.
It's that's a great one too. The Adam West one I do really like, although it does look just kind of like a car. But no, it's the 89. That one's just
it has to be. Yeah, I like. Is it perfect? Probably you think, but do you love it? Yeah. If I have to score it, I'm like movies out of 10. Like that out of 5, you're gonna give it it's got to be near perfect. It's like a 4.5. It's custom. It's like, oh, it's there. The only thing is, like, I just want to drive it.
Yeah, right.
Just get into it. Just give it. So, but you would be like a Cheshire cat if you guys you'd be like do that. You would love it. But I did say, Ben, you're Batman.
Oh, Ben.
He's given another gifted membership.
Cheers, Ben.
Trek, Matt, got it. Thank you very much. So you got it, and you got me to say it. Damn, that's it. But yeah, it's a good vehicle. Yeah, that's the thing is you actually forget about the like some of the, especially in the old, like the newer ones, and like especially like I suppose Bowers version, like how that they changed. Like Bowers is very military heavy. It's like experimental military.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
No, I like these versions, even like Clooney's and all that. I know that's gone a bit wild with the wings. Let's call it like that. They feel like they're there to be noticed and be scared, whereas like Bowles one is more, it's functional. It's there to do a job. It's like that. So yeah, it's a bit, it shouldn't be so on the nose practical. Some of the like all the gadgets on the belts and all that, they shouldn't look practical. They just are.
There should be a little bit of that flair to them, and that's one of the things I spoke about last week. On the end of our last stream was just the idea of, I understand why a lot of these movies choose to ground Batman more than other superheroes, but I want to see somebody embrace the fantastic that is comic books, and that is, Batman's through animation, through video games, whatever it is. Like, I want to see more of his that comic book flair in the Batman stories, not so much like every time let's try to ground him and make him realistic. Like, no, like Batman takes on superpowered beings just as much as he does regular, humans who are just criminals. Like, let's see some of that. Let's see some flair in his stuff, not just, well, what would this be if it was a real thing? It's like, it's not a real thing. So let's embrace some of the fantastic when it comes to Batman.
Now, Sandy's just brought up the Batboat, and I'm looking at it because I can't remember the Batboat. And I'm gonna bring this up because it's quite hilarious.
It's in the '92 movie, I believe, as well.
Is it as well? Is it in the '92?
I believe he uses the Batboat in that.
No, not like this.
I'm sure, yeah. It's in the '60s, I have no idea what it looked like.
It's just a. Let me just bring it because it's funny. This is what we said. Like this, you can love the '60s versions because, that.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But like, I'm gonna be honest, if I could get the money to build this boat, I wouldn't have heartbeat. I would love to drive this boat.
But it's even like it's the vehicle. It looks like like the Batmobile vehicle was.
Right.
It's the iconic one. You're still gonna buy that. It's silly. It's I don't know actually the model, the vehicle. It's kind of like, I wouldn't like to even guess what kind of American vehicle that was modified from, like the 1960s one, because they had to capture. But
so funny thing,
it's still iconic. It's still iconic.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's like really bad. It's probably the worst. It's open top Batmobile. Not that great.
Not that practical, but it's iconic. So like 10 years or so ago, 2025. So it's probably around like 2013. So a little over 10 years ago, I was driving to work. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. Highway was pretty open, so no traffic, nothing like that. Just driving to work, and all of a sudden, I see this vehicle coming up behind me in my rear view, and I'm like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "Is that what I think it is?" Sure enough, the thing pulls up beside me, and it's like pace for pace, spot on with me. So I got such a good look at it. It was somebody who recreated the Adam West Batmobile, and they were just on a random weekday driving it to work, driving it to wherever. I'm not sure, but I was I'm like, that is the coolest thing ever. I wanted it so bad. I have no idea how they did it. Stasis, it was a 1-for-1 replica. It was brilliant. I'm like, how? Did you make that yourself? Can I somehow fund one that you can make for me? It was brilliant.
I'm guessing if you could do it, except for the middle section, it probably can be made road legal. I'm guessing the others,
it was.
You really can't. I'm guessing they're
no one's driving a Tumbler around. There was a video. There was an old meme kind of clip that went around years ago, probably around the same 10, 12 years ago. I remember when Vine was a thing, that social media thing. It was somebody was pulling up behind a cop who had just pulled over somebody in the Keaton Batmobile. And he was wearing a full Batman suit, and he hops out and he's talking to the cop, and it went viral because it was just like, oh, apparently Batman's not above the law, whatever the hell the joke was. But it was just too funny because it was a Keaton Batmobile. Now, I don't know if he was pulled over for speeding or the fact that car wasn't really street legal or not, but one way or another, he was driving that thing on the road. And a full bat suit too, which was pretty it was pretty good to see.
That's good. All right. Okay, guys, we're now going to go on to Batman Returns, but after this, you have not long to submit your first 4 votes. So before we go on to that, after this, we're going to do a thing. Whoever wins this, then we'll go into the final. I'm guessing that. So at the moment, it's Keaton, 45%, Val Kilmer, joint with Christian Bale. Oh, no, Christian Bale's just jumped. Oh, it's all changed as I was talking. All right, 42% Keaton. Val Kilmer, 8%, Bale, 17%, and Adam West, 33%. So that's it. So get voting, because after the poll will close and we're going to open up another poll. That's it. After Batman Returns. Keaton, Danny DeVito, and Michelle Pfeiffer. That's it. So, and many others that were in this. Now, they changed the look of Batman. They made it a little bit more fun, I suppose, like with the Danny DeVito penguins bit at the end, make a bit more comic-y in places. You have Michelle Pfeiffer as kind of Catwoman. You also have this. It's a Christmas movie. We talked about
yes, it is.
It is a Christmas. Sandy likes to say Godfather, a true Christmas movie. If we can have Godfather, we're having Batman Returns. But the look again has been Gotham has got his Christmas character on. I suppose like that has got his seasonal character on. And again, I'm guessing this is after you. This was my first cinema one. I must say, as I was, I'm sure this is 92. So yep, I'm literally 12, 13 whenever it got released.
Depending on the month. Oh, June. Yeah. So I would have been literally like just born. I would have been just born.
No, but I remember like I'm going to go back because I'm going to feel a bit. I was so pissed off I didn't see it, and everybody loved the Batman, and it must have been. I was now on the blockbuster hype of Batman on, getting it on VHS when that got released, and then to have this and then going to cinema. I remember being blown away, and I think it's more of like the course your brain going that you didn't have that first experience. This was my experience of Batman, I suppose, like that. But I'm gonna hold that thought right now until the end. But what a movie on cinema! It's literally, and I liked how even now I like how it is a bit more cartoony. It's a bit silly with the penguin bits, but does that take me out of it? It's a bit silly, but it's a comic book. It's not supposed to take itself seriously. It's Batman. It's Catwoman. It's the Penguin. It's got that darkness to it, I think, and yeah, I can't see any part of this I would change, even though it's a bit more cheesy and goofy than the first one, and that wasn't on the point of the director. He got told to do it. Right. I think he just went, I can do this part, make it a bit more clowny, with of course the clowns and all that, but he still made it dark as anything. Like that. It's even when the Penguin's going up for mayor and he's like, bites the guy's nose and all that. And the blood.
And nobody really reacts.
Yeah. And it's just like that, and it's like that with his flippers and like the gloves, and he's like, puts on the girl's the breast, the pin from the mayor, and it's like that. And it's just like, yeah, you want me to make it a little bit cheesy? I can do, but the rest of it I can do it as I want. And like
I'll do just enough to please the studio heads.
Yeah, because I do like Penguin's look in this. It's different. Again, it's a different look than you've seen. Like he's a deformity. Let's say that he's short, Dan DeVito and all that. But they make him that everything is deformed. He's been, deformed at birth. There's a defect there, but then he's been given, you know, kind of things, and he's been like his skin tone like that, the lack of like vitamin D, I suppose, like that. But they play on that tone, everything that, you know, his nose, you know, he's like his teeth are like blackened. Well, they look like it's great. Again, it's great how these first two, they just nailed it with the look. And we'll go, I think we'll leave Catwoman to last, but like I think it's again, the look, the character, they are tone by tone the same, you know, kind of movies to movie, but they've got their own tone in as an individual element as well.
Well, and it's a dark tone. You know, you see that with Penguin in the beginning of this movie. His parents, you know, they have the baby and they find out he is, you know, he does look the way that he looks, and they put him in a cage, like all this stuff. And, you know, so it's a pretty dark story, like, you know, thinking that, you know, a couple parents would treat their baby, like no matter what the baby comes out, like they treat him like this, put him in, it was terrible. You know, obviously a terrible childhood, to the point where they then I think they let him in a river, which takes him down to the sewer, and that's kind of where he goes. So like that whole origin for him is really dark and twisted, and you know, it just kind of works in the world that Tim Burton set up here. And fun fact, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but I noticed it. I never noticed it when I watched it in the past, but the recent rewatch with my wife, Pee-wee Herman plays his father. Paul Rubens actually plays his father.
Really?
Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm almost positive. So I remember pointing it out to my wife. I'm like, you know what that is? I'm like, that's Pee-wee Herman. Paul Rubens, I believe, actually played his father in those few scenes in the beginning of the movie. But yeah, no, I agree. I think, you know, this movie definitely opens up the Keaton world to some more camp, more the campy kind of stuff. But it's not overbearing, and it's not in a way that kind of makes the movie bad or anything, in my opinion. It's just very, it's definitely very different than what you get in the first movie, the 89 movie. But, you know, again, not in a bad way. And to be able to make peace with it, that, you know, that wasn't necessarily his decision, but one that was kind of forced upon him. You know, you can make peace with that and still love this movie for what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I do love this little penguin army too at the end. Again, I know it's silly, but like that's something like you would see, like that's out of the comics. You know, you would get something silly and goofy like that. That his henchmen would be a bunch of penguins. Like, is it silly? Yes. Is it campy? Yes, but it works for some reason or another. It works.
That's it. Like, even you say, like, you've got these circus people, because they call him a freak and all that, and it's got that. And I'm about to mention that Christopher Walken's in it. Plays that. It's a great, again, it's a story that is simple. Like, I think Barton does that. He goes by, look, this is what we got, but everything melds together. Like, you know, it's now a different year two, I suppose, if you want to call it, for Batman. He's things. Everybody's, you know, he's a formidable force, and how to do it with having, you know, the Penguin as not a foe, I suppose, like that. He's not going to brute force you out of it. He has to use a bit more intelligence, and of course, Christopher Walken, he's the kind of, you know, the underground kind of got the little bit of money to get the muscle for him as well. But I think it's cleverly done that it's now the smarts of both of them. They're not like Batman, of course, will get the crap out of Danny DeVito, like as the Penguin. But it's all about smart. So when it, you know, it gets there, it's clever. It's a clever setup to what happens at the end, you know, and of course with Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is absolutely brilliant. It's literally how they've done a great job with that, having a origin story about another character within the main storyline of this sequel. I love it, and I think I'm guessing most people chat might have to do the your favorite Catwoman, but she's my favorite. I think she's really good at it. I think she plays it quirky. The suit, of course, looks amazing, but I think how they just did her movements of making her a bit more elasticated, I suppose, like that. In this, it's my Michelle Pfeiffer is my Catwoman. I know, like, people might go for the 60s one, you know, and later on, but yeah, I think she steals this movie, and I can understand why they were trying to pitch before the studios pulled out to do a standalone Catwoman with Michelle Pfeiffer, but yeah,
and instead we got the one with Halle Berry.
forgotten. Everybody's forgot that. Yeah, one of the probably top 10 worst movies of all time.
That basketball scene in that movie is something else.
Yeah, that's one of the things erased from the memory quickly. But yeah, so yeah. I like how it's like, yeah, this is good. Like, I suppose you got the other settings, like it's cleverly done, this one, putting it with the Penguin. It's winter, it's Christmas time. I think it's really, really good. It's an adorable movie. You cannot know not but like it. I think this is again, this is where I think, I remember like after McDonald's kicked off, there's the big thing because they wanted the kids and all like to have the things, and all the parents went, "This isn't a kids movie," and it's not a kids movie. This one is like, though they played on more comic book elements, it's still a gritty movie. Like this is a like a 15-year-old, yeah, suitable for, you know, like a mature 12. But like there are really like dark bits on this, as like, you know, like even when she kind of kills Christopher Walken's character, and I can't remember the character's name, like with the you know, give us a kiss, you know, like that, like that. That's kind of gruesome. You know, Penguin biting off the nose, even the way he dies. You know, he's black and goo carts coming out, and then like you know, like the Penguin.
Well, you have the woman who falls off the building and lands on the tree in the center of Gotham. Like, yeah, it's pretty dark.
Yeah, it's I say it's got those very Burton-esque darkness, but again, it's all played around, you know, the character of Gotham. And I think that's things like, even like you said, like the beginning, like the when they're going through the graveyard and like they drop him off, don't they, with the water to go off. It's Max Shrek. That's it. Thank you, Sandy. It's a setting all by itself. So yeah, it's a wonderful movie. So yeah, it's things, and like I said, it's got to be there. So now, would you have liked to have seen Keaton carry on? Because that was of course,
that was the plan, right?
Yeah, it was going to be. Now we'll go on to what could have been when we get to Val Kilmer's Batman. But I know they went there because they were like that. The studios, I think, messed up because these made money. These two made a ton of loads of money. The only problem is mostly it was the merchandise people like McDonald's who had hit back, you know, like that. We bought into this franchise, you know, giving you money to do like the Happy Meals and, you know, the toys and all the little throwaway things, and you've given us. It's not a kids movie. It's not a kids movie. It's not a once, you know, you could take your 7-year-old to, and they'd be like, I get this. This is fun. You know, it's not a Lego Batman. It's a very dark one. But I would have liked to have seen the next. It wasn't going to be called Batman Forever. It had another name, didn't it? I can't remember what it was going to be called. But of course, I give him 3. It would have been good. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I would have loved to have seen this continue.
And
from what I understand, and I could be wrong on this, so chat, feel free to correct me if I am, but I had heard at some point that the animated series, which also started in 1992, was supposed to be kind of a spiritual continuation of these stories. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I could have sworn I'd heard that at some point that it was supposed to be. And it doesn't really feel like it, honestly, when you watch it. It does kind of feel like its own thing. So maybe that was just something that was said. That may not be entirely true. But in terms of a live action universe, instead of getting the Joel Schumacher ones that we did, which I also believe are supposed to technically be in continuity with these, because the Alfred carries over. I believe so, because it's the same actor for Alfred.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, it's supposed to.
I want to say that Commissioner Gordon is the same in them as well, but I can't remember. But I do know that the actor for Alfred, I believe, is the same. Again, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But,
yeah, he is. Yeah.
I think it was intended to kind of be the continuation of this storyline, but I would have much preferred to see Michael Keaton and Tim Burton, continue to make them.
100%. Okay, chat, before we go on to things, the poll, I'm going to close it right now. It's Keaton, 46. Val
That's
Kilmer,
the right
8,
answer there. That's
Val,
the right answer. Good job, chat.
So I'm going to end that poll. And whilst we're there, let me start the next poll. So the next one, the next 4. Now we've got somebody who wants me to put somebody on. I don't know why. All right. So this is the next poll. I'm going to call it next best Batman. No, let's put best Batman. Best Batman. Okay. Now there might be a couple in here. This is good. I've done it. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough chat. I'm sort of, fortunately, because there's going to be one you'd be like, oh, I want to put that, but I might have to put that. Let's see this one, and then we'll have one more because there are more Batmans. Yeah. So we'll do this one.
The only voice actor I would need to see on there is Kevin Conroy. I think there have been good Batman voice actors, but he's the only one to me that really stands out. Oh, except, you do have another one there. You do. Will Arnett. I forgot he was the Lego Batman, so I know people really like that one.
There we go. Go chat. Oh my God. If everybody's going to go, just really annoyed. Just really annoyed. Just go full George Clooney.
I want badly to vote for Ben in terms of live action because I'd love Ben Affleck's live action Batman, but I got to go Conroy. Don't let my vote sway you, chat.
That's it. That's the same. It's a good one. That one. It's a good one.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But we'll get it. So this is we'll get through the next ones, and then we're opening up again. I'm sure Robert Pattinson will beat everybody soon.
But he'll beat George Clooney. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's it. But we might have to do the best Bruce Wayne. That will might sway it. Mm-hmm. Okay, Batman Forever. Now, if you go by, I suppose Chris O'Donnell, he came off the bat of something. I can't remember what he did, but he came off the back of something. But if you look at that lineup, this should have been a really hell of a home run. What a cast! Everybody's coming off a great. You've got Jim Carrey is the next big thing. He's doing everything great. Tommy Lee Jones, wow. Val Kilmer, he's known, might be a bit of a dick, but his things. Nicole Kidman, it should have been great. This is where this is Batman Forever is what it starts to take a bit of a dip, I suppose, like these next two.
I like
this. I don't dislike this movie, but I miss Tim Burton's and Michael Keaton's. Yeah. I think this is what hurts it because it does get a bit. Now there's cheese a bit stupid. This I think got stupid. It didn't go like it forgot you can do cheese with being serious. This just went a bit. Right. I don't know. We don't know what we're doing. We've been told to do something, and we've got that, and we got this, and it's just
It just felt like it was made by somebody who didn't really understand Batman. It was just like, I've got to fit all these characters and all these scenarios and all this camp into one movie. How do I do it? And just kind of threw it all up on film. Yeah, I don't love these. So here's the thing with these. These were actually my first Batman movies. Growing up in the 90s, these were the first ones I watched. I watched these before the Keaton ones. So growing up in the 90s as a kid, you watch this and like, I thought it was great. I loved it as a kid. And I'll always have nostalgia for these movies because of that. And if that was their intention to make them for younger audiences, I think that probably worked. I don't know how they did financially, but kids aren't going to look at this analytically and be like, oh my God, these movies are crap. However, Batman's not just a thing for kids. Batman is something that Batman, I feel like tends to be, this happened for me, the hero that, kids kind of grow to love as they get older. Like for me growing up, my original first superhero that I loved was Spider-Man, and he's still one of my top 2 favorites. But if you had asked me at any point in my childhood who my favorite superhero was, it was Spider-Man. As I started getting older, I started to lean more into the Batman stories. And I think that's one thing these movies, or kind of the Hollywood perception of Batman, never quite got, was that, maybe some heroes can stay, not that they should, because, a lot of you look at movies that we get now, a lot of these heroes can be told for stories from the younger audience all the way to your older audiences who grew up with this stuff. But in terms
can
of
I ask you a question just on that
Yeah.
point that you said that later on you realize you like Batman? Is it because if you believed if you earned enough money you could become Batman?
I mean, there was always that part of it, right? There was always that part of it, because that is something about him that always makes him feel like, you know, and this is where I think why Hollywood tries to ground him so much. But yeah, there is always that little bit of like, of all the superheroes to take some kind of moral things from, or wherever it is, or take some things from to kind of model, you know, your views of things in terms of right from wrong. You know, Batman's always the easiest to do it with because he represents a really human, you know, hero. I actually talked about Abe with this in one of my recent Batman streams, is that Abe was making the point of, you know, he's not really a superhero. And with that, I agree. He's not really a superhero because he's not a superpowered person, but he is a hero. He's, you know, I maybe not the original vigilante, but for me and my love of comics, the original vigilante, my love of superheroes rather. I full disclosure, have not been a huge comic reader in my life. I've read a handful of some of the kind of pinnacle ones, your you know, your Killing Joke, stuff like that, but I've never been much into the reading of comics as much as I have been the movies, the animated series, and the video games, because I kind of grew up in that era of the medium, or the superheroes making their ways to those mediums a little bit more frequently. So for me, he's always been, you know, my original vigilante, my original kind of realistic superhero, to an extent, of course. But that is one thing that I feel like these movies always never, or Hollywood didn't understand with these movies, that they don't have to be geared towards kids. Somehow, Burton was able to figure that out, and I think that's why it was such a phenomenon with those movies versus these, where they were much more geared towards, you know, the younger audiences and kids. And again, I think it worked because as a kid who grew up in this era, watched them, I still love them for what they were and love them for the nostalgia it brings me. But are they good films? No, they don't hold up. And I would imagine at the time they didn't hold up very well with your older audiences either.
No, but it's just like silly little things. Like I'll say, if I go by Val Kilmer's performance as Batman, I think it's fine. I just think he's what they gave him is crap. I think the dialogue is really bad. And
I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah, and then you got the story like the Riddler. The Riddler looks like 1966 Riddler. You know, it looks like the 1960s. Sorry, Riddler, like with the leotard. I just think I don't like it. I just think it's a bit silly. They made like with
it's a little too much Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it's literally
kind of our like Al Pacino being Al Pacino kind of concept that we always talk about. This is just Jim Carrey, just kind of.
But I don't get like his character and the costume design as well, and the makeup design.
And the haircut. I don't know what the haircut was.
Yeah, the haircut, like Two-Face, I think is the worst, like designed character.
Yeah.
Like
Tommy Lee Jones. He acts like Joker. He doesn't act like Two-Face. It's like he's Joker. I can't remember.
There was a reason he played it like he did, and I can't remember what. And he fought for the right to play it like he did. But it's just completely thing. But like,
it's wrong.
Like
wrong interpretation.
It's just like having that kind of ruler. Straight line. Oh, look, he's Two-Face. Like you know, like is like the toss of the coin.
You can see it in that picture. It does look a little. It's a little too perfect.
Yeah, and it just needed to be a bit. Yeah, it needed to be a bit.
And the suit's too loud and too.
Yeah. No, I don't mind.
I prefer the look in the animated series a lot better, where they went with like that almost bluish kind of skin, like almost as if he's been zombified. I thought that was a lot better than this pink thing that they went with here.
Now, this is going to annoy some of the comic book guys. I know that. I don't mind Robin's look. I think having that darker tone, like a more of a maroon, than the pop out red, you know, the things to have that as the distraction so Batman can come in and kick the crap out of everybody else. I don't mind it as he was supposed to be kind of coming up on his own. You know, he's not in the full black. There are, you know, but he's not looking like the yellows, the greens, and the reds that we need. It's more of a subtle, you know, very undertoned version of Batman, but we're going to give it a bit of red, you know, maroon. I don't mind that.
I think it works for this. Yeah. I like it. I think it works for this, to be honest with you. Yeah. I've never had an issue with his suit in this.
Yeah, and then Nicole Kidman's character, what is her point?
I kind of totally forgot about her till, like I said, I know I keep referencing it, but this was literally like maybe 2-3 months ago. My wife and I sat down and watched all these back to back to back, so it's really fresh in my mind. I remember us both being like just cringing and rolling our eyes at some of her dialogue. It's just like, one, she serves no purpose in this. Two, her dialogue is just like thirsty woman who wants to get inside of the bat suit as bad as she can, like, and that's her whole kind of motive. It was just like,
it's a bit
great actress too. And like, I remember my wife seeing her, be like, I didn't know Nicole Kidman was in this. I'm like, yeah, just wait. You're not going to be too happy she was in it in a minute, because
and I think
not good.
Yeah, but it's even like that. I think they just got a bit like, if they had like let's get a bit of how do we do this? Let's have some mind control, and there was like, let's make that, what's it, Wayne, what's it called, Wayne Enterprises are doing stuff, and then he cancels it, and they just got a bit messed up, and then they went, oh, let's have a Two-Face in this as well, because like, this is where Two-Face, where I think the latter ones did it well. There's no backstory. You don't really know much, but there's one scene, and he's just then why he's like it, and he's just terrible.
With him in this, as well as what we'll talk about in the next movie from Joel Schumacher, this is the downside of embracing too much of the fantastic of Batman. This was going too far with just the zany and out there stuff. There's no real setup to these characters. Even Riddler, like, he makes all these choices because his boss at work was mean to him and shut down his idea. Like, it's not a great backstory. Two-Face, we get none. He's just showing up in all these different areas, the circus, the wherever, here, there, everywhere, just causing this zany mayhem. Like, there's just no substance to it. It's just, again, it feels like somebody who was like, all right, I need you. We're out on Tim Burton because he won't agree with what we have to do. And I don't even know if that's the case. I'm just assuming, like, we're out on Tim Burton because he doesn't want to do it the way we want to do it. We want more camp. We want more characters. We want it to be like the comics. And somebody who probably, it feels like, the writers or Joel himself, I don't know, had just like a rough idea of what that would be and just kind of put it out there without really knowing what it should be.
That'll do it. You're going to make it more fun. Yeah, we're going to make it more fun, more colorful. That's great. And then, of course, like, again, this is where I think we said this movie, again, it loses Gotham. This movie lost Gotham. There's no Gotham in it. It could have been anywhere. Like, like some of the critical scenes on it. It's just a room. They're in big rooms. They're not out. They're not in Gotham. It could be anywhere. So it does lose that as well. It bombed because it wasn't rewatchable. I think when
did it? I was actually curious. No kidding.
I think it's one of those one. Oh, Batman! Yay! Oh,
and then you watch it, you're like, oh shit, what was that?
Is it good? Don't watch it. And then it got panned by the critics, and of course, as well, it turned out Val Kilmer, especially like going into the next movie, is terrible to work with. He's a bit of a
see, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
no kidding.
yeah.
No
Apparently, he was all for Windows. He thought he was doing Batman, as we just saw Batman, and then he got told this is the script, and he was.
Yeah, I can't blame him for being difficult then.
So he was like,
if it was at least just fighting back with the decisions. If he was being an asshole, that's one thing. But if you're just fighting back on some of the choices, I can understand that. It's like Henry Cavill.
There was a movie that he was doing. What's it? Marlon Brando. Everybody, what's the movie he did with Marlon Brando? It's terrible. But he was gearing up for that, and he was. Look at that, Sandy, straight in there. There we go. Thank you.
It's like she's still here with us on this episode.
Yeah, exactly. It was. He was getting distracted by other offers, like to do that, and he just gave up. So like that was known. So when they were like, oh, we can. He was set to do 2, and he was like, nope. Kind of like that. No. So it was kind of like, I want to do my own thing. I'm doing this before that. But even though he was contractually obliged to do it, don't know how he got out of it. But of course, everybody was like, oh, well, good.
It's probably a mutual, Batman. Like, whatever, dude, get out of here.
But
you don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. Let's go.
And then everybody was like, we're getting a new Batman. Who's new Batman? And everybody was like, George Clooney. Well, George is coming up. That could be a good fit. Everybody looked, and he like, oh, that is a good fit. And then you get the best Batman movie.
I can't even look at it without laughing.
Now, yeah, like
they tried again.
But I like this. At least they had the actual decency, not at the time, but recently in the last how many years, to apologize for how bad this movie was. So I feel that, and that was George Clooney and the director is like to come out. yeah, we kind of just got swayed, lost our way, and I'm trying to think of anything positive about this movie, and it's probably Uma Thurman's. Like, that is probably it. And the end scene of like the little bit of heartwarming bit with Arnold Schwarzenegger's character. Apart from that, yeah, you can switch it over, and I would be happy to miss this one like that.
Yeah, this is the worst of the bunch by far.
This is hard. The nipples.
The bad nipples. Oh my god! Ridiculous.
Let me go. A Highlander literally. You just found it. Why?
Yep.
Why was that?
I don't know why they would do that.
Design. It's very bizarre. And yeah.
And I will say, even for the last one, like Val Kilmer, I thought was a pretty solid Bruce Wayne and a pretty solid Batman. Like I think he did good in the role. George Clooney, I don't think it was necessarily his acting that was bad. It was just the direction of what he was told to do was silly. Like it just wasn't.
It was just every time in Batman, it's just like over goofy. Yeah, and I mean, like goofy to the point where you're like, I don't understand where you're going to the next scene. And everything had this, like, you remember, like, it was, there was some scenes where they like, oh my God, we've got this new spray paint that can glow in the dark. And they had all that scene.
Yes. Like, like 90s neon rave thing. Yeah. Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Oh,
yeah. Robin has his big fight scene in there. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Oh, my God.
And one thing.
Oh, my God.
One thing I absolutely hate about these movies, and I didn't really notice it as a kid, but ever since I've been an adult and have rewatched this movie, the overuse of the Dutch angle, which I believe that's what it's called, the Dutch angle, when you've got that camera view that's like from the low point looking up, but also tilted at an angle. Like 90% of these movies are filmed in the Dutch angle, and it drives me insane. I pointed it out to my wife. She's like, wow, now that you say that, I can't stop noticing it. And it's
okay. I would say,
like for a scene or a spot or two, but oh my God.
Film. Art films, black and white art films, you know, that kind of nuance, French movie is fine. When you do these things, it's just terrible. But this one had the habit as well, the zoom in really close as well.
Oh my God.
How can we make this more dramatic? We're zoom in. We're zoom in. It's just, and the worst thing, there isn't a plot really. There's like, you know, Frost, you know,
right. Again, it's like somebody who just is like, we've got characters and plot points to hit, so let's hit them all one by one, no matter how they connect or don't connect for that matter.
And how just a Highlander just about to bring it up is like, oh my God, Bane,
yeah. In fairness, though, Highlander, Bane was more accurate than Tom Hardy's Bane.
Yeah,
I'll give it that. I'll give it that.
But, give him something. It just like the character, like the actor must go. So what am I doing? You just got to grunt every time. We just want you to grunt, and it's just like, oh, okay. It's. Oh yeah,
it's not good. Alicia Silverstone, her Batgirl being Alfred's niece or whatever was just like, what? Where are you pulling this from?
It literally is.
Again, and good cast too. I mean, you've got Chris O'Donnell, who at the time, I gotta imagine, was some kind of star in the 90s to a degree.
Yeah, he became like a heartthrob really quick.
Yeah, right. Like he must.
You're the next big thing, and he was like, "Oh, you're going to be Robin," and it does make sense. And I always said this, like, I think that was probably a play with Keaton's one. There was no Robin. Oh, you're introducing Robin because then Val Kilmer has to, and then you're doing it like in it's Val Kilmer's introduced him, and then you got this. It's just,
you know, Clooney, O'Donnell, Uma Thurman, Alicia Silverstone. You had Arnold in this. I mean, this was another good cast. It's just bad direction, bad overall product.
It's just like it's just I wouldn't even say it's direction. I'd like, as I said, it just got such interference, and they just got, here's the money, but this is what we want, instead of you going like there's I suppose the producers, the executives, like we've got an idea how it can sell, but you're not letting us write a movie, and that's it. And then you get, of course, other idiots who think they're better than being Batman. Like they're still Batman-esque in it. It's so bad. It's like it is. Like I remember it came out, and everybody just was like, what is this?
Yeah, like how have we?
That was being polite. It was just like, oh no.
And that's the thing. The interesting thing with the Batman movies is you start with '89, which everybody loved, and from there, although I do love the '92 movie. Don't get me wrong, but I think in terms of quality, most people will say 89 was better. So you kind of start this trend of you start great with 89, 92 is a really strong follow-up that people like, and then you just kind of got worse and worse. Like somehow the trajectory of these movies got progressively worse as they were coming out. That sounds a little tough to say on the 92 one, but when you go by the kind of technical side of like people tend to really like 89 better, technically speaking, that means the trend started going downward at 92, even though 92 is great. It's not even comparable to these two movies. But then you hit these and it's like it just falls off a cliff in terms of quality.
Well, that's the thing is like, and like none of the executives, especially like after Forever, is like none of them had the balls to say we were wrong. And you get that a lot now, more nowadays. You get like the executive, like when it's a pan, but it's just like, oh, but you can see now what I can't. When was this released? I can't even remember when this was released.
So 97-ish, maybe
7, and then Batman Begins is
05, yeah. So it was a big break. These two movies, to me, I think steered Hollywood away from superhero movies in general. Obviously, you had the Superman movies in the 70s that went on to, I believe, the 80s, which, again, kind of got progressively worse as things went on. But, 89 really kind of rejuvenated telling superhero stories on the big screen, or at least to Batman to that point. And then very quickly by 97, not even 10 years later, they kind of almost put the nail in the coffin on Hollywood wanting to touch these movies because these were terrible. I always point to Blade and the first X-Men movie to what kind of revived Hollywood's interest in making movies like this. But yeah, these were just bad.
These killed, I think, DC versions.
Yeah, fair enough. Marvel kind of took their spot to jump into.
Yeah, they did. Went, oh, hello.
There's a window here.
Yeah, that's it. And Batman shouldn't have. Like they killed Batman. Like unfortunately, and
they put him on the shelf for nearly 10 years.
And it was because the writers, just didn't fight back and just go what. And it's a shame because we could have had 5 great Tim Burton movies, even if he cut it short, maybe like that.
Were these Warner Brothers? I know that they might have the right. I know that they have the rights to them now, but I'm curious if in real time they're Warner Brothers.
I think it is.
It's not surprising to find out Warner Brothers is. Yeah, right. It's not surprising to find out Warner Brothers has always been dumb and not known what to do with their DC properties. It seems to be their thing.
It's like Batman. Yeah, Batman should be simple to do if done right, because because there's no, I suppose, super elements into it. If you leave Batman in his own little universe, it should be easy to do. Yeah. Okay.
And the thing with these two movies, and you can't see it as well here, you can see it a little bit by Batman's chin, but if you go to the previous picture, you can see a better look at that Batmobile. They totally butchered the Keaton Batmobile. I hate the changes they made to it.
You look at the what's I'm going to bring up the Kilmer one like that.
They bring this back into I believe George Clooney's as well, and
it's so you got that.
It's too much.
And then they just go.
They took the core of it and they said, "What can we add? Lights and extra wings," and it just doesn't look
this
good.
one. Yeah, I remember it just gets a bit. What is this?
And you can see it wobbling as it's driving because the wings are way too big and floppy plastic. It just looks terrible.
Yeah, but I think this is where it's the end of an era. I suppose this Batman, this 80s, this now we're into, I suppose, like you're going into like Hollywood now into like the digital era, I suppose, like that as well. We're getting into it. And now I suppose everybody was waiting for a Batman. Now I'm going to let you stop here. I'm going to quickly open up my door and get some fresh air in here. But I'm going to let you, because this is now really as well your fun part as well with Batman Begins with Bane. Now I like the cast. I may say through this, I like this cast, I must say, having Oldman, Bane on that, because you've got straight away, and with a Kane like hit and miss in some certain movies, but you've got a great British actors now. You're getting British, and what wasn't really there and the things. But if you go by those three, especially with Bao, was he really? The Brits here would have known Christopher Bao previously. Was he known to you guys across the pond?
Well, he's been an American Psycho by this point. Was he in that? I'd have to look at his filmography. I know American Psycho was before this. He was known. I think this definitely elevated him, but he was known for sure by this point.
Because he did the Spielberg one, like I was losing my off the things and there's other ones he's done.
What's the one he did where he got really skinny? Was it the Mechanic or the Machinist or something?
Yeah, like that. Yeah,
something like that. So that was one I think came before this. So yeah, he was known over here for sure, but I think this definitely kind of elevated him.
It's so thing because if you see him, like if somebody Christopher Bale Batman, you're like, what are you talking about? But
which always seems to be the case with Batman castings. Has there ever been a Batman casting where people are like, "Oh, spot on, you nailed it"? Like, no, not really. Keaton got pushed back because he had been Beetlejuice and Mr. Mom. Val Kilmer, I'm not as sure of if he got. So maybe him and George Clooney didn't get a ton of pushback. I can't think because they do kind of fit the look and the style of it. So maybe they didn't get pushback, but Bale. Ben Affleck, Robert Pattinson. I mean, they almost always get pushback, which is part of the thing we always carry on. That's part of the thing we always talk about with the passion of fan bases, where you're not the companies who get these IPs and decide we're going to do something with these IPs aren't always necessarily inheriting a bunch of fans who are just going to love anything you do. They're very often inheriting a bunch of very passionate critics, as we see with all these castings, whether it's a Joker casting like Heath Ledger, for example, which got a ton of pushback at the time, but obviously ended up being a phenomenal casting, or your Ben Affleck's, your Christian Bale's, your Robert Pattinson's, whatever. I like all of those Batmen for different reasons, and they all got pushback for one reason or another. And one thing about this movie, actually, and I'm happy you mentioned both Michael Caine and Gary Oldman, because this is something we didn't touch that much on in talking about the recent movies, the Tim Burton and Joel Schumacher ones. Alfred and Commissioner Gordon in these movies, to me, get the respect that the characters should be given in terms of how important they are to the Batman story. In the previous movies, they were in there, especially Commissioner. At least Alfred had a bigger role, and you could kind of tell. And I can't think of that actor's name, unfortunately. He was pretty solid as Alfred. He didn't do anything wrong or anything, but there just wasn't enough. The first two, because he stayed consistent, I believe, through all four of those. And Commissioner Gordon was at least the same through the two Tim Burton ones. And, Gordon specifically was kind of completely left out of those. He was just kind of there for a few little quick scenes and just to be there. But there was no nature between the relationship with him and Batman. At least with the Alfred in those movies, you could get a little bit of a relationship with them, but still not enough. These movies is where they finally decided, okay, we're going to dive into not only the relationship with Alfred and Commissioner Gordon, but Lucius Fox as well, as I'm reading Morgan Freeman's name there as well, which was really well done. And something I really like about these.
Yeah, I think they're, especially Alfred. I think there's only one I really like, and that's Gotham. Is because he's the father.
Yeah, I like that. I like that interpretation of him. The kind of military or ex-military background. I do like that interpretation of Alfred.
Yeah, I like it. It's like I think they date things, and I think they do it quite well in Gotham. Is I can't remember. There's a bit like a scene in it. Is they have like a bit of an argument, and he's like, I think they do it in like the later ones. They're like, look, I'm here because I loved you and your parents, and I loved you as a son. You're like, and he kind of like says like, yeah, like when they died, like you're my son. You don't realize it, but they they do. Then like that, and you get from the later Batman, I suppose, that he realizes this is actually it's like an adopted dad. Really, it's like that. He might be like have his grief issues, because he becomes Batman, of course, but like it's greatly done. It's like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, that's Alfred. Alfred plays the role of he's not just the servant, the butler. He very much cares about Bruce Wayne. You get a lot of that in the animated series as well, where Alfred almost always wants him to not go down this road. He's going to help him every time in every medium and every way you've seen it. He's always going to help Bruce become Batman because he doesn't want to see harm to Bruce. And he knows that if he helps him, it'll be all the much better for him. He's going down this path one way or another. I'm going to help him to make him as safe as possible, or to at least say that I did what I could as he goes down this road. But he always wants to push back and say, just pick a normal life, just find love, find family.
This is I like about Kane's one. We do apologize. I can't remember the other guys' things in the previous movies. Is he's more of their, I'm here and I will do what you ask, and I'm going to try and keep you safe. Whereas Kane's version of Alfred, he kicks back. He's like, you should know better. You know, like, we need to get you out. You know, you need whatever you're doing now. You need an end game. You need, you need that. And I do like that, his version of it as well, because he's very, I know who you are. Don't be the idiot that you could be and lead you into worse. You need to sort out your life. And I like that. There's certain kickbacks he has throughout the trilogy, I suppose you want to call it. So I liked it, like, let's say, going more in depth with the movie, because I think it's when it's not the Batman that anybody's seen before. It's a very, like, if you go by it, it is a very 90s, like darker graphic novel, I suppose, like that. Is where people in Hollywood, they wanted a bit more realism, and I think they did this really well. It's Batman. They have some, bits onto it. But how they do, it's not an origin story as such. And I know people might say, oh yeah, but it is. But it's not. It's the origin of Batman, how Batman is, where the other bit is the origin of the Bruce Wayne to Batman. This is kind of like the origin of the skill base of Batman, how Batman becomes, like, I mean Batman as a suit and all that, because that's the things. I mean how he is who he is, what drives, his knowledge, his fighting skills. It's not just like, I'm rich, I got like a kung fu expert to come over on Saturday night and we trained 12 hours a day. This one is like a journey for Bruce Wayne to find himself, and by finding himself, Batman. And I like that, and I think that is it's got to be like 40 minutes of the movie.
I watched this one again. You're gonna the trend of the trend you'll see here is that I watch these movies all the time. So I watched this one again not too long ago, and no, it's 100%. I agree. It really focuses. It's not just origin in terms of his parents died. We see the crime alley scene, and then all of a sudden he's suited up as Batman, ready to go. Like you said, maybe he took some private lessons. He's rich. Who knows? They really show the journey of, why he left Gotham after the case with the murder of his parents. He sees it through, and he talks about how he was there to try to, take revenge on that guy. But one of the mob guys got him first because he was afraid he was going to, that whole thing plays out, afraid he was going to snitch and all that. So he ends up going to meet with Falcone, or was it Maroni? I always forget which one it is in that movie. I think it's Falcone in that movie. But he ends up leaving Gotham. This is actually parts that we get. I like how they tell the story, the origin story, because I believe we see that part a little later on when he comes back to Gotham. Because before we see his training, just the way he's been, across the world and whatever countries that he's been in, and living basically in poverty, just the complete opposite of what a billionaire should be living in. He's living in poverty and amongst criminals and all this kind of stuff to try to understand the criminal world and all that. And he's seeing, just this corruption from his own company, where he's seeing weapons and technology in crates that are in the hands of criminals that shouldn't be, that type of thing, which all eventually leads him to the League of Shadows, Ra's al Ghul and all that. So it's an origin story, yes, but it's definitely the most in-depth in terms of how exactly he went from the kid in crime alley to really becoming the Batman.
Yeah, it's more of the millionaire brat turn. I suppose it's a different story. I suppose, like, you're going to get that. I'd go to Thailand or India, try and find myself, but he goes to actually, find himself,
like Nepal or something. I forget exactly where he goes, with something like that. He's up in the mountains and all that.
But you got a man he finds a man with a special set of skills.
Very specific set of skills.
And I like their back. This is where I think the movie is quite clever, because of course we get the end of it is like, you find out even to the end is with the League of Shadows, is it? Yeah, League of Shadows. Yeah. Is he thinks he knows who the head, honcho is and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But you've still got much to learn. What he does in the later ones, and this is where I think this is the first time. What the others movies didn't really go on is that Batman is a detective. He is, he is an investigator. This movie then, it shows he thinks he's right, but you've got a lot to learn, and it does it well in the next movie. But this one, it shows that he's still, you're still fresh. We can still, everything you thought you saw is not what you thought you saw, and it has like a very Katie Holmes in it. I think she's great as the kind of the love interest. It's very subtle. I think she plays it really well. But yeah, it's the cast. You say like even Ullman, he's not the commissioner yet, is he? He becomes the commissioner.
Yeah, I think he becomes commissioner in Dark Knight. So at this point, he's just something. I forget exactly.
Yeah, he's like a sergeant or whatever, isn't he? Like that. But it's great acting. Like every time he's like that. See, I think this one where you got the last two where it's goofballs and they don't really act, and even with like the other ones like that, this is where you've got. Okay, take Bowell out of it. Everybody's acting. You've got acting moments into it. They're playing the role seriously. There's no goofiness. There's literally everything is serious because now Gotham is again. It's become another character, and the character is like. I suppose you would have called it like. It's now like a gangster. It's more like you have that. Gotham is very gangster run, whereas the other like a mob, like I suppose you want to call it like old American mob movies kind of run. And so it's got it has that feel of like it could be set in the 20s, it could be set in the 30s, but no, everything feels right. So this movie, I like how even when with the train ride at the end.
Yep,
it looks different. I know you like in America and other cities across the world, you have the pipe like the trains on, I suppose you call it.
I forget what it's called, the suspension. Trains. Maybe that's not it. I forget exactly what they call it, but something like that.
Yeah, but in this one, they're high up. Everything's massive around it, and it feels, it feels like a Gotham. It feels like, but it's a grittier Gotham. It goes. I suppose they've taken a bit of more influence from Keaton's version like that, where it's darker. Everything's now grand. It feels grand in those scenes. It really does feel grand. Like even the we see Wayne Enterprises, their buildings grand as well. Everything's over the top, and then of course you've got this one man fighting the crime, the corruption, and look at the city, look at the space, and there's like Ullman knows like there's not enough of us, He knows like I'm only one man, but you're a good man, that's the whole point. It's like there might be corruption, but we just need a few good men, and it will, we can filter that through. Right. So I like it. It's a good one. It was when I first watched it. It's one of those ones where you go and go, oh, they're doing Batman again, and then you go, oh, the cast is good. Bit optimistic, and then you go, I'm pleasantly surprised and very enjoyable, and I like this. And then like that, this is ones where I think it's where you can watch Batman Returns. This one you would do all three, you can watch these back to back and very, very much enjoy it, because even I know the third one's got more critics on it, but it's more. It's got a journey. It has a Batman journey, like that, where the other ones did as well, with Keaton changes and he's like, he grows into those two movies. Like Bao really does. He like how they wrote the screenplay is very much like the progression of Batman is going to be a story by itself. So it's good. Like like even like little bits in the third one, like injuries. He's just a man. He's just a man. Right. I like that.
No, I love specifically this movie. I don't want to say I love the whole Dark Knight trilogy, because I do have my issues with the third one, but these first two I think are great. And I do really love this one. I think it was what the Batman live action series or just concept needed, which was something more grounded and more realistic in terms of how they tell the story, because obviously, as we just talked about with the last two movies, they just went off the rails with the goofy, silly campiness. So bringing this back to just one, more serious, but two, starting this grounded kind of way of telling the Batman stories, I think was really necessary. Now, although I don't love that still continues to be the grounded way, still continues to be the way they want to tell these Batman stories, I'd like to see them now start to embrace more of that fantastic. I do think at this point in time, that's what Batman needed, because, you have to consider too, at this point in time, Marvel was kicking ass with X-Men, X2, which is phenomenal, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, which is also phenomenal. But not only are those movies embracing the fantastic of superheroes, they're telling really good stories. Like Spider-Man 2 is like a character study, the way Peter Parker goes through that whole story of, the struggling with the duality of his life, losing his powers because he's losing faith in that side of being Spider-Man. The stories that go on in X2 with Wolverine and William Stryker, the heart and emotion and the Jean Grey stuff and that. I mean, those movies were really, embracing the fantastic, but really getting the idea that, like, okay, there's good stories we can tell in superhero-based movies. So this one comes in with something a lot more grounded, but picks up the same tone and storytelling. Like, no, there's a real story we can tell here with loss of loved ones, corruption, crime, how it reaches anybody, no matter if you're a billionaire or the poorest person in Gotham. The way people deal with grief. Obviously that's what drives Batman for the most part, is the grief of losing his family. Is it a normal way to deal with grief? Of course not. But it's all these topics that they're really touching on that are like, okay, we can tell actual stories with these movies. It doesn't have to just be some goofy thing. So for them to kind of take that style with this, plus it's Chris Nolan too, and Chris Nolan tends to be more grounded, even when he does stuff like, Interstellar or Inception or, Tenet, whatever it may be. He touches on ideas of, or even, what was the one there? God, I love it. The Prestige. I love that movie, which is a great movie. But, it starts dipping into stuff with Tesla and, this cloning process with Hugh Jackman's character. Sorry, no spoilers for anybody. I kind of just did a little bit. Sorry about that. But if you haven't seen The Prestige, you should still see it. But like, he'll always have these little elements in some of his movies of like, out there kind of stuff that aren't grounded. But it still feels like even when he does that, he tries to bring it to a grounded sense of things. Which is actually why I'm really excited to see what he does with the Odyssey movie that he's doing. Because I do want to see what he does if he just fully embraces the fantastic and the kind of mythology stuff like that. But aside from that, him doing this movie, I think was a great choice. I do love these movies, even though they're not, again, I don't want to say even though they're grounded, because I love how they came out and I love that they are grounded. I'll have one issue with that with the third movie that we'll get to. My bigger issue with the idea of grounding Batman as much as these do is that it then became the trend that it seems like everybody wants to do when they touch Batman, which I don't think has to be the way that you do Batman.
I think this set a trend. It did so well. Everything needs to be serious,
right? And it's like,
and it wasn't just DC that did it. It was kind of thing. Yeah. And I think like that did hurt the DC universe, I suppose you want to call it, whatever it is. Things like just one thing, Highlander. I'm never going to say a name right until you admit Braveheart. I'm going to call it Braveheart. Is a crap movie. I'm not even going to say the name right, just because it's funnier.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we go. But yeah, it's what do you think about the I am Batman?
It's stupid. It's so stupid.
It's a bit over the top.
I don't know why they would choose to do that. It's so silly.
I think they probably looked at the old, well, he needs to disguise his voice somehow. They would know who Bruce Wayne is or whatever. It's just a bit. It's just a bit too much. It's just like, I think, I think Keaton slightly did it, not as much. He has like a softer tone. I suppose he has his normal tone as Batman, but a softer tone as Bruce Wayne. But this one, all
you have to do is add a little bass. So you add a little extra bass to the voice, maybe a little growl just to sound intimidating, but not the over the top. Like this was like an animal's growl. This was too much. It just didn't sound good.
Aaron.
Yeah, it's over the top, growling. It's like it was just a silly idea. I prefer I don't think you have to go this route, but I prefer the voice modulation that they did with Ben Affleck's Batman over the growling. At least the voice modulator, it makes sense. Do I love it? No, I don't think they had to do it again. I think you could just add a little bass to your voice, put a little bit of a growl to it. I mean, not to, I know obviously his voice acting work is legendary, but the late great Kevin Conroy, the way he does his Bruce Wayne to his Batman, like it's kind of like what you said with Keaton. His Bruce Wayne is just a little bit softer, a little bit more just a normal person, and his Batman is just more stern. It's not over the top growling like a bear or an animal. It's more stern. There's more bass to it, more authority to it. And that's all you really needed to do. You didn't have to go with the growling. That was crazy.
It's just when I first did, I like them. I do. I say like the movie. It's just what I was like, oh. Hello, what is going on there? It's just a little bit. It's just a bit off putting. But
in fairness, you can put it aside while you're watching. Like eventually, you can just whatever. I'm not going to let it ruin the movie for me. But when the times where you do kind of focus on it and think about it, it's like, dude, who the hell made this choice, and how didn't somebody say no?
No, it's if somebody's gone like, oh yeah, that sounds right. It's like that. But what do you think about who played people pretty quickly? Who plays Scarecrow and of course Peaky Blinders?
Cillian Murphy.
Did you?
If I'm saying that right, I always thought it was Cillian, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. When he was up for Batman, that was like
So I recently saw I say recently, but in the past couple of years or so, I think some of his test footage for actually auditioning.
It's very bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, it is weird.
But the thing is, it's good because if you see, like, I can understand why they picked the way they went is because he's really good in it, and you're like, but then they do like I've seen the versions when they did it back to back with Christians, and it like Bowles just literally go boom, literally knocks it. You're like, whoa, no wonder they went like it's good. And there's you just went something completely different and it works. Yeah, you got a gravelly tone there, but he's just like, oh, I like that. And that's you could see why they kind of went, look, you're a great actor. We want you into
we still want you in a different capacity for sure.
But that would have been now you look at it. Yeah, and you look at it, you go, oh, that would be different. Like I think he's too old now for doing it, unfortunately.
Right.
But yeah, it would have taken, I think, a different tone to the movie, but I can see it would have still worked. But yeah, it's good. Now, going on. Now, this one we're not going to dive into too heavily.
Yeah, we can't go too far into this one
because it is on the film club. But I would mostly now. This is where most people swing is now. To be honest, I think people would say 1989 or The Dark Knight is their favorite movie.
Yeah, that's got to be.
And I think a lot of people juggle between what they just watched and what their feelings are on things at the time. I'm going to leave it to you because you put it on there.
So this is on the film list for us because of me. I put it on there. I just absolutely adore this movie. To me, this is my favorite Batman movie. 89 is second. Just trying to run through them all in my head really quickly. Yep, 89 is second for me. This is my favorite. I adore this movie for reasons that I will go into in depth during the film club episode where it comes up. But I mean, geez, it's what I love about it is I just feel like it's a really good film even on its own. The fact that it's a Batman film is just even better because I love Batman, but it's just such a well-made, good movie on its own right. Again, stellar cast. You've got all the returning characters from the last one, minus Katie Holmes. She got recast by Maggie Gyllenhaal in this one, who I do think also does a pretty good job as the Rachel Dawes character. I mean, how much can we say about how good of a job Heath Ledger did? I mean, just talk about phenomenal acting performance. It's sad story with how everything played out. It always breaks my heart that the poor guy never got to see the reaction to his job in this role, because talk about a career highlight performance. He was just truly brilliant. And again, this was not only did this replace Batman 89 as my favorite Batman movie, it also replaced Jack Nicholson as my favorite live action Joker.
I'm going to say brilliant because I've just quickly interjected. I think it's because like Heath Ledger, he did some kind of like teen stuff He did that.
That
like
10 Things I Hate About You or something.
Yeah,
like
and he
that.
did
A Knight's Tale. I like A Knight's Tale actually.
But he did that kind of that kind of, he did I can't remember. There's another movie he was he did, but they were like quirky movies as well. He
was in The Patriot, one of Highlander's favorites. I believe Highlander loves The Patriot as well. I could be wrong, but I thought you did.
He's got the T-shirt, got everything. But this is where I think when it got announced, because you've got Jack Nicholson's Joker, and like everybody remembers what a great Joker, and then you got when the announcement, like Heath Ledger's playing the Joker,
there was a lot of pushback,
and everybody was like, "What are people doing?" Like, and it was. I don't think it was pushback. I think there was more of like everybody was like, "Huh, that's a bit odd." Yeah, it's just it wasn't a like if I went back, I'd be like, "That's not a casting. That's what are they doing?" Like, and it was
seem to fit.
And then when like he just came like his opening. He's opening like
so good.
And you're like, I'm here for the Joker movie.
Oh man,
it's literally this is a Batman detective movie, and I meant that because the last.
This is where it feels like the detective stuff starts.
It's because a Batman has now become, what to do is more clever, and then just Ledger is literally
brilliant.
I think anybody like agrees that this is. What a job on things. And I think Tomby's just raided. So Tomby,
hey Tomby.
Yeah. But yeah, it's this is because it is I like how it's not Batman the Dark Knight, but I think they well done it is the Dark Knight, the title, because they must have when they were editing it and gone, geez, we've got something here. And it is all because of the Joker performance into it, and it's all about brilliant. That how they like the directing, the editing on this, how you are perceived to see one thing and you things like the opening sequence, kind of like the bank raid like that. It's brilliant. You like you
so
go what you like you've got it from what you've just seen in the last movie is kind of the mobsters and the gangsters doing like their thing, so you think it's just them and then you realize when the kind of the bank teller, manager, whatever, do you know who you're robbing here or something, do you know who owns this place, and you realize it's a dodgy bank, and he like but I like as well somebody's gonna have to put it in chat, the explanation from Alfred's character to explain the mindset of the Joker to Batman.
Just want to see the world burn thing. It's
great. And he's not in it. He's not in it. And I like that mindset of the Joker in this, because there is something mentally wrong with the guy. Yeah, we all know that. We all can see that. But there's no commitment to anything. He's running. He's just I'm running my life.
Chaos.
And that's I just don't care. I'm just that. And if it plays out, it plays out. And it's just everything.
One of the things I like so much about his Joker is that the dialogue he gets in this, not only is it delivered well, but it's written really well also. Like the idea of I'm just a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one. I ever caught it. Like the agent of chaos, we get that great first line with him in the bank of what doesn't. I believe that the guy's asked, like, what do you believe in? You'll kill anybody or whatever. You don't think they'll do it to you? What do you believe in? Criminals used to believe in stuff, and he just hits him with that. I believe in whatever doesn't kill you will only make you stranger. And then we get that scene with him with all the mob heads and the pencil trick and just the dialogue that he gets and goes into. Not only is it phenomenally delivered by Heath, it's just so well written, and there's so much to just take in and digest as you're watching this movie. It's not just, doesn't feel like just a standard superhero movie. It's just got so much more depth to it to me. And it's not just him either. Aaron Eckhart as Harvey Dent and eventually obviously Two-Face, and brilliant little storyline there. And just the concept of, to me, it reminded me a lot of one of the comics I have read, The Killing Joke, when Joker takes Gordon on that kind of tunnel of misery, instead of the tunnel of love. And he's given that whole bit of dialogue about just, madness being an escape clause and all this stuff, and the idea of just the one bad day. I believe this is from The Killing Joke. The one bad day being what separates anybody from becoming the Joker. This movie kind of captures that line of thinking with how badly he wants to just corrupt Harvey Dent, since Harvey Dent is the knight in shining armor that's here to save Gotham, the new DA and all that, and all the people he's locking up, all the bad guys he's locking up. The concept of Joker, like, if I can just show the people that this guy's no different than me, if one bad day happens, which obviously eventually does with Rachel's character, then I've won. Then I've beat Batman, I've beaten Gotham, I've beaten it all. Like, that's his ultimate goal. And it just, the concepts behind that. So that makes Harvey's story so much more interesting than just, he became Two-Face because one thing or another. The fact that he's kind of the center point of Joker's plan, as well as being his own character on his own story, on his own, character arc. It's just all so well balanced and so well done, in my opinion.
Yeah, because it is like you have the overlapping stories at the end, kind of, but literally there are, you say, the Harvey Dent character, you like in the Joker character and Batman's journey, you like they're all separate stories going on at the same, but it doesn't feel like it's a messed up kind of like you get a lot of movies where they go, we need to interject everything. But this is feel like
we'll see it with Batman versus Superman, like trying to balance too many things, it becomes a mess. This was like well balanced, tightly written. Oh god, I just, like I said, I'll gush about this about this movie for the film club.
I think we won't give out like our scores and our full love.
Yeah, we'll reserve that.
We reserve it, but I think everything in this movie, like that, I've got faults on it, and we can do that on the film club when it comes up. But yeah, this is rewatchable. This is it's one, you never get one of those, like you get one of those movies, you're flicking through or you turn on the TV and something comes on, and then you just like I had it the other day, Fellowship of the Ring. I just sat down, it was the beginning of it, and I watched it, and I just you just sit down and you just watch it. This one, you will anywhere you come in on this movie, you would just watch the.
This is an
even if you're watching the last, if you're watching the last 5 minutes of it, you're like, I'm just gonna.
I'll watch that 5 minutes. I don't care. This is an instant. Anytime I see it on, I'm stopping on that channel and I'm watching it every single time.
Yeah, it's this where Batman Begins, I think, was a great start, and everybody's like, wow, what a thing, and then they came out with this, and everybody was just like, wow, Batman's back. Batman is back. And then everybody, unfortunately, got the news of Heath Ledger and was like, so sad. And I think the story for like my thing, it's so sad. And like, I think he's, when you find out most of like the makeup and like that was his idea. Like they were like, oh, here you go. And he was just like, no, this is what it's supposed to be and messed it up and did his thing, like he's what is he, what they call character actors? Oh no, what they called method actor. And he just went full into it, and they went, wow, that's it. But he did it, so well that he knew his continuity for the next scene is brilliant. It's probably that led partially to, unfortunately, his untimely death, going that deep into a character that you shouldn't go that deep into. But also, like, a plot like that is like, I think everybody longed for more. And it's like you say about like Heath Ledger, like he's back thing, like bless him, like somebody who's gone too soon from us, a great actor. But I think a lot of people looking back to it, not being greedy, is just wanting more of this.
And that's the thing, it's like we talked about with Michael Keaton's Batman. Like, we'd love to see more, and we actually got a glimpse of some more with the Flash movie. This one is the same concept, but just in such a more sad kind of way, or such a sadder kind of way, because you want, unfortunately, obviously we can't, get any more because he passed away, unfortunately, and God bless him, God rest his soul. But the job he did was just so damn good, and just like a phenomenal, like, career highlight, all time, like, movie history type of performance, that it's just such a shame that there's truly no way we'll ever get to see it again or get any more of it. And that's just such a sad, kind of byproduct, or kind of sad side effect of what's already an incredibly sad story, that the guy passed away. it's again even sad that like he didn't even get the chance to let people. I mean, maybe he got to see the film. I'm not sure, because they get these early screenings and all that. But he never got to see people's reaction, people's admiration for the job that he did in this movie, and the way like it just breaks your heart, But
I wonder if they did have outline because he's not dead in the end. It's not like Keaton's one where Joker dies. He's alive. I wonder if there was just like maybe a loosely outlined script.
I had heard
what he was going to do.
I had heard something years ago around the time of The Dark Knight Rises that there was some kind of back lore story about him having been in Arkham, and Bane actually was the one person Bane didn't want out because he couldn't calculate his maneuvers because he was such an agent of chaos or something. I don't know if it was fan fiction or anything real that maybe, got tossed around in the story writing process. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I would like to have thought how we go on to the next one moves. I think that movie would have been different if he was still alive, because I think it might have played into him, not the full movie, but at least the last 10 minutes him escaping or something like that. He like manipulating something, the opportunity of what was going on to get out and actually, and then that would have set up. I think everybody would have been on board for number
100%. I would have preferred to continue the Joker story in the third movie than go with the Bane one of the ones
and
they
literally
chose to go with.
Yeah, and then just maybe you could have Bane, you could have that, but like then you have the moment, kind of like that.
Almost like the Arkham games, where Joker kind of like in some of them isn't the focus, but he kind of comes in at some point to be like, nope, I'm still here, don't forget about me thing.
And then you could have had this whole with just fan fiction in here. The whole 4, like you could have had literally in this one, you could have had like whilst he was in Arkham, he met other people. Somebody called the Riddler. Somebody called the Penguin, because and then you could have gone through like all different aspects, and there's more different the Pharaoh. But there's things. But I think this is. I think anybody in chat. I think if you. I think this is where it's respectable. You're not going to have much argument if you put one of the 89 or the Dark Knight, up there, top 2.
I think these are hands down top. And like you said, no argument. Whichever one you pick, there's really no wrong answer with these two. Just my closing thoughts on this movie. Almost anytime I think about it, are rest in peace, Heath Ledger. You were phenomenal in this one and helped create a absolutely brilliant Batman movie.
Now the farewell, because I say like everybody was like, this is our last one of The Dark Knight Rises. Such hope, great trailer. I think everybody was so excited of that. You had you've now got what's his forgot his name, Tom Hardy,
excuse me.
Bringing onto it, everybody's like, great, he's a great actor, he's got like something going on, and then I hate to say it, I think they kind of I don't know what they did with the script. I just think that
this was a case of a bit of a mess, just too much stuff going on, too many things you're trying to do. I think I like Tom Hardy as an actor. I think he's a good actor. I will say this isn't so much a thing in this, because I do like the voice he does in this. But Tom Hardy, this is a total side note, I just can't help but say it. I don't like when Tom Hardy does accents. I feel like his accents are never that good, no matter what. There's a new biker movie he did in this past year too.
Oh, what the biker? The biker.
I think it's called The Biker.
The Bikers,
and I've seen clips of it, and his accent, it's oh god. Even his accent in Peaky Blinders is too much. Like, I just don't think accents are his accent as Eddie Brock in Venom, I think, is too much. It's just
that's terrible.
But he's a posh boy. Very good.
The thing is, when you actually hear him actually speak, he's a proper a posh.
And I think he should just use that more.
and he does it. He does this like weird London, like I'm guessing like a London accent. It's not a London accent, and and then like sometimes he does like this. I don't get like the Venom, like he does like he's like doing this East East Coast
East Coast type of thing, but like,
where is that?
What is Coast to other people? But I'm like, I've been on the East Coast my whole life. I've never heard somebody sound like that.
Every time it's like, But then Venom, I don't get why they just went like, why change it?
It's funny too. Yeah. Well, I guess like, all right, so they're going with the idea that he's from New York, so that's why he's East Coast. But I'm like, but then you set the movie in San Francisco. It's like you're already excluding Spider-Man from this. You're moving him to San Francisco. Like, why don't you just get rid of the East Coast accent while you're at it? Because it sounds terrible.
And he does, I
don't love his accent.
He's like, okay, now going by the accent, I can because of the mask, you kind of you got that groundness. But what is his accent? I don't get where he's supposed to be placed.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I don't know what I like the voice. Like, I'm okay with the voice. I think it's an interesting one. And obviously, when this movie came out, everybody was recreating the Bane voice and all that and having fun with it. But I don't know what the hell it is. I don't know what part of the world it's from. I can't recognize it as anything. I think it's an interesting voice choice, but not to rhyme there. But I have no idea what the hell it's supposed to be.
I don't like. I get what they were trying to do is get away from the comic book version of Bane, like with the tubes and like just that.
Again,
but having
why
it looked a bit silly. I say I rather have the stupid Bane version but acting than this Bane. It's just like that Metal Gizmo. It just like you got a great actor and you're not letting them do the facial expressions and act. All they're there for is the muscle. You could have got a WWE wrestler easily and done something that it would
if you look at a great example. Actually, somebody Sandy's going to appreciate this. So the Twisted Metal series. So that's, I don't know if you ever played the Twisted Metal games for PlayStation back in the day. Essentially, it was like Death Race or Death Battle with cars. These cars would all have weapons on them, and you just in an arena, you battle each other. You know, that was kind of the thing. There's some lore to the games. I don't really know it all that well, but I played a little bit of it. Well, I played a lot of it when I was a kid. A couple years ago, they came out with a Twisted Metal show where they tried to make a story. It's actually a fun. It's not a groundbreaking show. It's a little bit silly, but it doesn't try to take itself too seriously. So I thought it worked and I enjoyed it. It stars Anthony Mackie and a woman who was in that show, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment. But regardless, one of the characters in the show is Sweet Tooth. So Sweet Tooth in the games was this like psychotic ice cream truck. That was the vehicle, and the driver of it was this psychopath who's got like this big flaming clown head. It was actually the emblem of the Twisted Metal games, was this flaming clown head. It was on the top of it. The truck's got missiles, all that. The lore behind the character is that he's a psychopath and all that. You never really see him much in the games, at least that I can remember, but in the show they wanted to give him a person character. So they designed it as this big bulky guy. It's actually a wrestler, Samoa Joe. He plays the physical side of it, but he wears a clown mask the whole time, so you don't see his face or anything. So Will Arnett actually voices all the voice work for him, and they do a phenomenal job at it. The way they get the physical movements of Samoa Joe, in terms of the person, on the set, to match the intricacies of the way that Will Arnett's speaking. I'm not sure which came first, the physical acting or the voice acting, but they do a phenomenal job at making it match up as if it's literally, his voice and his body all combined in one. But that's just a perfect example of how you can, if it's somebody who's masked, you could take literally Samoa Joe, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, but he's a professional wrestler. You could literally take a professional wrestler, put the mask on him, and have somebody else do the voice if that was the case. And they did it wonderfully in that show. So yeah, this could have been a case of that too. I don't know why you cast Tom Hardy just to cover his mouth and his face. He's a great actor. It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity.
Oh, that's 100%.
It was like.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I would say I just having that skill set of that actor and then just doing like that and like making him okay, yeah, he's supposed to be like the henchman figure, but like making him the lead in the role it was just a bit odd. It was just a bit,
And to me, again, this is like, all right, so Chris Nolan's Batman world is grounded. Okay, cool. I'm all right with that. I like that, actually. It's working for me here. Why choose Bane? Of all characters in Batman's rogues, gallery of rogues, why choose Bane? One of the most fantastic one of the most out there kind of characters. Like next to him, it's like what? Clayface, who's about as unrealistic as it can get. Like a guy who just grows 10 times his size to the size of the Incredible Hulk because of the venom. Like it's pretty unrealistic in terms of characters, like a Clayface or a Mr. Freeze. So why pick him just to ground him? Why not just do Riddler or Penguin or somebody who can be grounded? I don't know why they chose Bane just to ground him.
I think they needed a, like, I don't mind, as I was saying, like having Tom Hardy in it, like, but not as Bane. I think Bane is always a bit of a, like, it's just the muscle. It's just like even in like the earlier comics, like not the later ones. He's still a brute. He's like, you know, he's still there. Yeah, he's got a bit of intelligence behind the mask, but literally when you pump up the volume, he's gone. But like, they tried to make this version of Bane, it was a kind of mastermind behind everything, even though he was being directed like slightly, but he was still, you know, over clever. I just don't think it worked. And I think having, you know, like, I just don't like the story arc in this. Like,
well, and that's the thing too, is they kind of they try to set him up as this mastermind, and then they totally undercut him by having Talia and Ra's al Ghul really be the one pulling the shit. It's like, the story was just a mess. I just really,
and it was like, it was, we don't know what. I felt like we're bringing back the story of Batman Begins back into this. It felt like they didn't know how to go with the movie. That's why I'm thinking is like, did they, with Heath Ledger dying, did it mess everything up slightly?
Yeah, did it change the plans?
You know, did it change the plans? And then they were pushed, you know, so much with the with the production company and things to get it out so quick. They just kind of went with, I know, nuclear weapon, things like that, and we just put it on the line. And the whole thing of like the blowing the bridges, it's so been done before, and it's just like, and it just made it feel this is the movie that made it feel like it was just on New York Island. You know, it was just on it's so Gotham is America. Set in America, of course, but it's a place you don't see. This is so everything's familiarized. Even like when they do all the police, they just feel like New York police, like that. Everything just it doesn't feel like everything doesn't feel like Gotham. Even when they go to neighborhoods, it just feels like I'm in New York. It does, and it loses that uniqueness. Like I forgot. Anne Hathaway plays Catwoman. She plays her well.
Yeah, she's solid.
Utilized though. It's not like the Michelle Pfeiffer one where she's got a part to play. She's not the baddie and she's not the goodie into it. She's just like her little bit with the senator, and they're trying to find that. Like it's just okay. You're in it. If you took her out the movie, there it's still things like that.
Yeah, you wouldn't miss anything.
You wouldn't miss all these bits. Or like even like old Gary Oldman's character in this is so unutilized. Again, he's just there to bring up
after having been so properly utilized in the previous movie too. Yeah.
And then you got the introduction on this. What everybody was like, oh, they're going to do a Batman and Robin movie. I can't remember the actor's name.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah. Okay, great. You're giving a different backstory to Robin, and then nothing happens like that. And then because you're left of like, oh, but you're not moving this forward. So what you doing?
And that's it was kind of a cop out too to me with the whole like, oh, you should use your real name. It's Robin. Yeah, like okay, cool. Little nod, like okay, really good. But then the idea of like he just kind of rappels down into the Batcave, and it's like, so wait, you're meaning to tell me that this regular ass cop is all of a sudden just about to be able to be Batman? Like he didn't go through the training that you did with the League of Shadows. Like, there's no way he'd be able to just pick up the mantle. Part of the reason Robin's able to be, or at least if we go with Dick Grayson to start, part of the reason that he's able to become Nightwing and even go his own way as a superhero is that Bruce trained him for years in order to be able to do that, to go have his own city in Bloodhaven and protect that. Like, he was trained by Batman himself. This version of Robin was just a guy who was a cop who believed in Batman and kind of helped in a very normal kind of capacity in terms of like what his abilities were. And then you mean to tell me he just rappelled down into a cave and now he's going to be able to be the next Batman? Like, no, Bruce would have had to have been there to train him to be Batman. You don't just, I get the idea that Batman's a mantle, but it's not a Green Lantern ring. You don't just put it on and get the powers. Like, you have to actually be trained in it. So it was just a bit of like a cheap kind of like, oh, by the way, this is Robin. He's going to be the new Batman, and we'll never actually see it thing. I mean,
it was but like the ending with it, when he goes into the Batcave and then, you know, all that happens. You're like, ooh, maybe they're going to do like a spin-off, or are they going to do something, you know, like that? And then,
that was just the end of the
and I must say, I didn't mind him, like the actor. I could actually, you know, you could see.
I like Joseph Gordon-Levitt in general. I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, and it's just like unfortunately, it's like, okay, yeah, the Dark Knight knocked out in the park, as one would say. This just like, but this is just a bit lackluster. It's like it's a bit of a mess. It was a bit of a. It just fell flat, because it was like, okay, I don't need that movie. I just need, if you're going to give me an end, give me an end. It was just a bit, everything's like, and everything around it was a mess.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like going through the motions of trying to end the trilogy and also just make it a little bit of a mess of it. Like, it doesn't even feel like a Chris Nolan film, to be honest with you. It just kind of feels like a bland, like somebody who tried to finish off the Batman series for him. I put this up there as one of his weakest films, along with Tenet. I don't love this one. I don't hate it to its core or anything, but this is without a doubt the Batman of these three that I've watched the least. I would say maybe I've watched this a handful of times, if even.
It's not a short one. It's not short. It's not like, and there's a bit of it. It drags on. Like, I don't mind the bit when he's put into the I suppose prison like that and these things, but it's just a bit.
It goes too long.
It's a bit long-winded. It's just like, okay, yeah, we get it. Because
you know the end result anyway. Like, you know, he's going to climb. He's going to be the one person that climbs out of there. Blah blah blah. And it just drags on too long. And one thing I think this movie kind of messed up was, or maybe might have been a focus that maybe shouldn't have been, was it feels a bit like, because Joker was such a highlight of The Dark Knight, they really wanted to try to make the villain the highlight of this movie as well. And it just didn't hit the same way as the Joker did. And nothing against Tom Hardy. Again, great actor. It's just the character himself in terms of Bane and the way the story was written and the way the whole movie was made. It just didn't have the same punch as a character like Joker and the acting performance of an actor like Heath Ledger. It didn't have it. You know, so I think they wanted the villain to kind of have the same lasting effect as in terms of like buzz and talk about the movie when it was released, and years later, like the way we still gush about the job that they did with The Dark Knight. And it just didn't have it in this one.
No, not so. Now, before we get on to the next movie, I think this poll's closed. I'm gonna call the poll. I think there's a worthy outright winner, and it's not Ben Affleck. He got 0.
Damn it!
Nobody voted for Ben.
Right. If Conroy wasn't on this one, I would have voted for Ben Affleck. But he went up against Conroy. That's like
George Clooney got 0.
Ben Affleck getting 0. Yeah. Can I change my vote just to give poor Benny Boy a vote?
Go on.
I can't even do it. It won't let me.
Somebody with an alt account. Go.
Benny Boy needs one.
Now the next one,
a good one.
There's going to be so the end one's going to get 3. It's going to be like 2 firm ones against like a bit of a weak one. So I'm ending the poll now. I think we've got a clear winner there. So let's get with the next poll. I'm going to put the original guy on there. So we're going to have to like the first. Let's put that. So this is the last one, and then we'll do a last minutes things. Now we got the great actor. Oh,
dog's back in here.
That dog's gone. They wanted a vote. There we go. There we go. And this one we've got some animated, and we've got a TV guy, and I found his name. There we go. So there we go. Vote on that one, guys. It's a difficult one. Who's going to win? So there we go.
Ian Glenn. Oh, was that
that's
the one
Titans.
In Titans? Okay.
That's Batman in Titans, the elderly statesman in Titans. So Keanu Reeves did the DC League thing. So he did that. And of course,
did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Lewis Wilson is the first Batman, I suppose, on TV and film. And then, of course, the mighty Robert Pattinson. Now this is the thing, because now we're going to have to, in order, we're going to have to go away for standalone, because the next one is Jay's favorite. Another favorite of Jay's, it would be Batman versus Superman, isn't it?
Yes. So this is an interesting one for me. So I fully recognize that this is not a well-made movie. I know it's a mess. I know it's not perfect. I do prefer the extended cut, to be honest with you. I think it makes it a little bit cleaner of a story. However, it is still a mess. It's not a very well-done movie. I'll fully disclose that. Totally understand that. However, I do love Ben Affleck's Batman. Outside of the unaliving people, which
0% people.
I know. If he went on this poll, I think he'd get a lot more. I'll tell you that. But outside of the too much unaliving of people as casualties of his actions in this movie, which again, not a Ben Affleck problem, but a direction problem in the way that Zack Snyder wanted to tell these stories, which in a way, I understand what he was going for with the idea of just a veteran, grizzled Batman who's just losing hope that there is any end to fixing, Gotham. Gets a little bit more brutal and all that. I get what he was going for. It just doesn't work with the core of the character, who literally his number one rule is to not, end people, just to be YouTube friendly here. But that part aside, which I know is hard for a lot of people to put aside, the Bruce Wayne side of him, I think not as much the detective stuff. We don't see a ton of detective stuff. We get some glimpses of it, some stuff like that. Like he does piece things together and figure things out. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't lean into the detective stuff, say, as much as the Robert Pattinson does. One does.
But Jeremy Irons, who's Alfred in this.
Oh my God. I was 100% going to get into him as well. I love his Alfred. I think Jeremy Irons is just a brilliant actor, and I love his Alfred. But in terms of the Bruce Wayne stuff, the Batman while he's in the suit kind of stuff, the motives behind him, the use of gadgets, the warehouse scene, I think is one of the best Batman action scenes that we've ever gotten, period. It reminds me a lot of the Arkham games, which are my favorite games in terms of video game stuff. For years, I've actually been saying how great it would have been to have seen those games adapted into movies with Ben Affleck's Batman, because I think the physical presence, the look, all that, I think he was a fantastic live action Batman. I think he was just used wrong and in movies that just weren't very good. But he is, I see, and I say this all the time, but I've had this conversation on my streams when I do the Batman games. I think he's probably my favorite live action Batman for those reasons that I highlighted, even though his movies weren't that great. And there were Batman like Michael Keaton, who was such a great standard of Batman in a great couple movies. Christian Bale, who I think was a solid to good Batman in some great movies. I just really loved this interpretation of him. I wanted to see more of it. I wanted to see that movie directed by Ben that would have been based around him and Deathstroke. We just never got there. I wanted to see his Batman done better justice, no pun intended, and just didn't get it. But I think he was a really, really good live action Batman. And I love his suit. So I'm a big fan of the gray and black. I don't mind the all black suits. I think it was best done with Michael Keaton's because the emblem with the yellow pops so well on that one. But when it comes to Christian Bale suits and the Clooneys and the Kilmers, the all black just gets a little bit dull for me after a while. So I love that they went back to the gray and the black with this suit. I think it looks so good. So much like the, what is it? Oh God, why can't I think of the comic this was based off of? Not Batman Returns. Dark Knight Returns. Is that that's the one, right? With him versus Superman in the comics.
Oh, I'm not too sure.
I believe that Abe might know. I want to say it was the Dark Knight Returns comic. One of the few comics that I have read, and the animated version of it is really good as well. With the female Robin there, Carrie, whatever her name is, that's slipping my mind. Regardless, it's a great interpretation of that suit. I absolutely love it. I love the fight between him and Superman in this with the armored up suit. That stuff's all good. The kryptonite gas, it's similar to the comic where I believe in the comic Green Arrow actually has been kind of scorned by Superman as well. So he takes part in this fight. He's the one who shoots the arrow that has the gas in it. So they changed it up a bit and just made Bruce have that stuff. There's just so much I like about his Batman. It's just his movies weren't all that good. This one, I like I said, I can still enjoy this one even with its flaws. But like the Justice League theatrical cut was absolute, it was terrible. That movie was so bad.
Now, I have the problem, I think, with this universe, and I mean this universe, is because you have a director that doesn't know the characters.
As much as he claimed to, though.
Yeah, because
he had both of them, unalive people in their movies.
Yeah, he wants to do a Superman and Batman. Okay, you got Batman, you got Superman, and then you don't understand their characters, because okay, Batman and Superman would be great. Don't call it Batman versus Superman; it's stupid. They wouldn't be against each other. There would have to be some mind manipulation. Right. Well, how this comes across is a bit timid, but this movie is, again, it's Zack Snyder making these movies an hour too long.
That too. How this guy can't fit a movie in a regular runtime is ridiculous.
There's so much of this slow motion, this dragging out, and it's just like, I'm getting bored, and I'm watching bloody Batman versus Superman. It should be epic. And you're saying like the fight scenes, the interaction is good. The problem is that's not Batman and Superman. It's a great concept of what they would be, outer worlds, I suppose you want to call it, or whatever. What if? That's it. But yeah, I can understand what you're saying. It's about Batman looking, but he feels like a Batman.
Yeah, it's kind of putting him in a vacuum, taking him out of the rest of the flaws of the movie.
That's it. Like Batman feels like a Batman. Superman looks like a Superman, and then they've just been Superman. They look
wrong.
They look like it, and they've just been put in the wrong movies. If you gave them somebody who actually knew about, the American Hope, of course, for a dream for Superman, and then you gave somebody who is the detective, the one where like, no, I'm not going to kill you. You're going to jail. That kind of that law thing. It's so disjointed of what you've seen, and the brain knows. He went so far. I'm better than anybody I ever known, about doing superhero movies. It's an awfully edited. It's way too long. It's dark in places that Zack Snyder loves, that dark in places where it doesn't need to be dark. It's just all over the place, but everything's there to make it a good movie. And I mean that is because you've got great actors trying to do their best, with the director just going, I know better, right. And we'll make it really long. And it was them. People can waffle on. I'm one of the best. Where you can just make that dialogue crammed into a sentence, and he wants to make it a speech. That's the problem. It's a movie that people went, ooh, this is interesting. And then, everything was about it, and the setup, of course, with Superman is just wrong. And I think, unfortunately, Ben Affleck, he had a bit of a bad time, by doing Daredevil. Yeah, that movie and everything. I think he got a bit of flack. Let's call it a bit of bad press for that. That wasn't really needed. But unfortunately, he just wasn't Batman in this. He looked like it. He felt like it. The scenes when he's Bruce Wayne is really good. I like it. But as soon as he became Batman,
I thought he was one of the better Batman. Bruce Waynes.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's unfortunately, this is a movie. You know what? This is a movie I don't mind watching. I just get frustrated every time with it. And that's the thing.
I would put it in the same kind of category. It's one of those movies that I know it's not a good movie. I still enjoy it. Part of that's my bias towards Batman. Like I said, I can still enjoy watching the Schumacher ones as well, even though they're not good. This one I like more than that, and I think it's better quality than those, but is it still a great Batman interpretation? No, not necessarily, but there's so many elements of his Batman that I think are such good elements and could be such a good live action Batman that it's still somehow. And I did like the Justice League Snyder cut much better than the theatrical version. So there's enough meat there on the bone for me to be like, oh my God, I do like this Batman. He's one of my favorite styles of interpretation of him. It feels so much like the Arkham game Batman, Arkham Games Batman. it's just, it falls short in so many areas that it's like, oh God, the wasted potential you guys had. Again, it's one of those movies that it's a bad movie, but I can still watch it and still enjoy it to a degree. It's just, and you do feel frustrated because you just think how good it could have been. Because it's not even all just like getting Superman and Batman wrong to a degree. It's a bit of Lex Luthor was all wrong. The story was overcrowded with trying to shoehorn Wonder Woman into it as well. Doomsday, all just the death. You basically tried to do the Dark Knight Returns and the death of Superman at the same time, as well as
movies into one.
Lex and Wonder Woman. It's like, dude, calm down. Like, save it for the next movie. What are you doing?
Yeah. But it was, I think this is, 3 stories in one movie, and it's over long. He didn't concentrate on one movie. He just wanted, I can do everything in this,
like, let me take
short amount of time. And then he was like, short amount of time, but it's you're like, you want like a nearly 4-hour movie.
And he even introduced a slight little hint of a death in the family with the bronze Robin statue, that a Robin would have been, had been, taken out by the Joker in this world. It's like, you're just trying to take all these pinnacle stories in comic history or Batman's comic history and shove them all into one movie. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, just take a breath, save some for a trilogy or something. So that's my thing there. I think he's a good live action Batman in a lot of ways. It just wasn't executed properly.
Yeah, and then we just go. Now we can go. I'm guessing
we can just breeze past this next one. It's shit. Yep.
Now this is the problem. Like, you've got like the setup. You've got Superman. Everybody, Henry Cavill as Superman. Everybody agrees it's great. Unfortunately, the movies don't work. The Flash, what's the
all his wrong name? Ezra Miller, all wrong from the beginning of the casting to the execution of the acting, all wrong.
Yeah, it's things, but the look, okay, I can see the look is good. Like it's getting there. Wonder Woman, I like the first one. I must say, I really enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to enjoy that movie, so I liked it. Cyborg, I could just throw that aside. Unfortunately, it's a character that is just there to be there. It's not great.
Forgettable.
Yeah, it's forgettable.
Not bad or anything, but just kind of forgettable.
Yeah, Aquaman with Jason Momoa. Momoa. Doing him okay. He looks different. It's still a stupid character. It's unfortunately the actual concept of the character, but I think he plays it really well.
Yeah, I would agree.
They gave that kind of like that. It gives it kind of a I'm the rocker. I kind of like I'm the like the rock star.
It's kind of just Jason Momoa being Aquaman type of thing, which I do think was an interesting way to kind of revamp the character, because obviously throughout pop culture, Aquaman's been made a meme, whether it's Family Guy episodes, Simpsons, or whatever. Like, he's become a meme. Like, we get it, we know it. Like, there is potential for, like, he could really be a cool character. Like, being able to command the sea is actually pretty cool. The problem is like a lot of shit happens on land. So what are you gonna do with this sea stuff? But like his stuff, like, I like the first Aquaman movie. I thought him and Ocean Master was a really good concept to tell the story in the water instead of trying to bring him to land. Tell the story in the sea, which I thought was good. I love the costume in those movies. His costume in this was fine.
Well, apparently, just gonna say that. So Sandy just said that. So if you say defend the costume, but don't wear.
But his costume, when he finally gets the true, orange and green Aquaman costume in that movie, it looks phenomenal. As does Ocean Master's costume as well.
Yeah, they toned down it to make it like his characters toned down as what we know and other portrayals, not to be as cheesy, and that is it, because it's a very goofy character. So he's portraying onto it. And then of course you got Batman in this as well. It's I don't get the script. I just don't get it.
It's a Frankenstein movie. It's a Frankenstein movie. It was partly done by Snyder, then redone with Joss Whedon. They forced too many concepts together, and you can tell, like, as you go through the movie, you can kind of tell what was there from Snyder and what was there from Whedon, because some parts feel like Snyder's kind of dark take, and other parts feel like it's Joss Whedon trying to do Avengers with these DC characters. Like, it was a Frankenstein type of movie. Too much reshoots, too much redoing. two different directors, two different scripts. It feels like you had Henry Cavill with the whole CGI mustache thing that was just bizarre. It's a mess. It's a mess, start to finish. The script, the execution of all of it. It's just, even like, look at this poster. Look how this. Well, I guess on my main monitor here, it looks a little bit different on my second monitor. My main monitor has the color a little bit enhanced because it's the one I play my games on. But even in my other monitor here, I'm looking at it, it's just a lot more colorful than anything had been in the Zack Snyder verse, which I don't hate that. Like, I like the change in color palette because I do think that he muted the colors too much in his previous movies, but it just doesn't fit with, even the poster doesn't fit with what came before it in this universe. Like, it's all different because two different people worked on it. It's just a mess, from every aspect of it.
It is, but this is Josh Whedon's one was first, wasn't it? So he got the
he got to put the theatrical one out there,
and I really did not like it. I must say, this is literally I'm not going to go. Unfortunately, and this is probably where we differ, is when they did this. I hated this one even more.
Oh, really? Really? More?
Yeah, I did not like that. And then I was like, oh, okay, let's see if it. And I was just like, all you've done is just dragged out the crap, really, from the crap that was there.
Oh, see, I really like this one, actually.
No,
I did like this one.
No, I couldn't stand. I know there's a big, there's the Snyderverse and all that, things like that. I was just like, oh, I was like, okay, is there an undertone story that you're going to show different? And I think that's the problem, is because the story is so bad from A to B is what they're trying to, like, the baddies and all that. And then you just dragged out the crap I've already seen. It's like you've not changed it in the premise of what the overlining A to B is.
Right.
The whole
it's
point.
It's still essentially the same plot points up against Steppenwolf and all that, just filled out more.
Yeah, and you've tweaked it. You've done some re-editing. You've done some different CGI work. Yeah, that looks better. But you've just drawn it out to something. I'm going, it was originally crap because of the story. The story is still there. The underlining, what's on paper is there. You've just gone, let's just make it a little bit longer. Okay, it now looks a little bit slicker, and it looks a bit more, I suppose, a bit more gracious, I suppose, like that. But it's still a crap story. Unfortunately, it's like both of them either just couldn't agree, but then they agreed on that crap, and that's the problem. On paper, that it's just a mess, and you can see that when you watch it. It's just all over the place. It's like, it's slightly looking a better movie, but it's still crapper. It's just because it's still longer. You could have taken away so much more of the first movie and just insert something else. Like it's not a re-editing, it's not a remastering. It's just Zack Snyder just doing Zack Snyder again, and that's the problem.
Right. Well, I think I was just gonna say, I think that's the thing, is if you don't like what he's done in any of his movies, you're not gonna like this. Like, so I like Man of Steel. I actually think it's a good movie.
I don't mind Man of Steel. I don't mind Man of Steel.
I don't like.
Yeah, but I don't like Superman in Man of Steel. I like Man of Steel.
Right. It's so and that's the thing. It's like, is that the proper telling of Superman? No. But I do like it as a whole, and I like it as a different kind of telling of the Superman story. Like, I can accept it. Is it my quintessential Superman? Of course not. But I accept the different view on it and the different interpretation. I like the movie in general. But it's very Zack Snyder, and that continues through Batman vs Superman. Even though Patty Jenkins did Wonder Woman, it still felt like it fit in the world of what Zack Snyder was doing. Then we got to the Justice League theatrical cut, which we just talked about, a bit of a Frankenstein movie. And this one very much carries on that Zack Snyder style. So if you don't really like that style, I can definitely understand not liking, the way this movie was done. And I think you got a point in terms of the story is generally the same when you get from point A to B and then ended with C being the fight against Steppenwolf. You just get a little bit more fleshing out and some better connective pieces in between to get you from A to, I know it's usually A to B, but we'll say C being, A beginning, B middle, C end. You get a little bit better connectivity between A all the way down to C and your ending. And obviously there's the hint of Darkseid and all that, which was great. Better visuals in terms of the action stuff that happens. Like, I love the initial Wonder Woman scene where she kind of comes in and stops those bad guys. I forget what they are. They have like an explosive or something. She's got a great little action scene in there. There's some good extra added action scenes, all that kind of stuff. To me, it felt like he was trying to tell something of a version of the Injustice story from the Injustice video games, with what seemed like the idea of that kind of flash forward scene with Batman and the remaining heroes who were still alive. Again, this was a mix of him trying to tell different stories. He's trying to tell a Darkseid and anti-life equation story, mixed with the Injustice stuff of Lois Lane having been, obviously no longer with Superman. She's been killed. And that's kind of what turns him to now work for Darkseid, which is just a real mix up of different stories, again, that didn't need, like, he could never just focus on telling one story. No. It's always this combination of, we're going to do Injustice, we're going to do this, we're going to do Dark Knight Return. Like, it's just, the guy couldn't focus on a story.
That Rebel Moon, he did exactly that.
Oh my God.
I'm telling the story. That story. I'm telling that story. That story. Right. That story. That story. You're like,
it feels like he thinks there's this. Yeah, and it's like he thinks there's. It's like for the Dark Knight, for example, he thinks there's this clever way that the story of Batman, Joker, and Two-Face all come together at the end. He thinks he's doing that, and it's like, dude, you're not doing that. That's 3 different character arcs. Yeah. You're telling 3 different stories. That is something entirely different, and you're not doing a good job.
And not giving any of them. No, most of the time when he does it. Nobody, like, there's some characters he does, not just in this one, but he does it throughout his movie. Nobody knows who they are, but you're telling me a story about somebody who I'm supposed to know about, and everybody's like, right, where's this person coming? And now I'm telling their story, and you're like, oh, it's a bit.
Rebel Moon was bad for that. Bad. But in general, I did enjoy this one.
But no sunny day, apparently.
Yeah, there's never a sunny day.
Oh my God, yeah, he does that. He likes that.
It's dark and gritty. That's his thing.
I want that filter, and it's just like, oh, okay, you got to do that.
Filter, slow motion. Like there's like a checklist of things you can count on in every single.
I don't know. Josh Whedon, I think if he was given the reins and no interference, I think he might have done a better job.
If it was starting from scratch, like if he was starting 100%. From scratch,
because I think
we've seen it with Avengers.
Yeah, I think Zack Snyder will always going to have that dark undertone. I don't think he is. I don't think, unless he's doing a standalone Batman.
I was going to say, works for some DC characters. No, it doesn't have to be for all. For all.
Like Cyborg,
Superman's not.
Nobody's going to care. But Superman, I think, because
Superman's supposed to give
hope. Yeah, right. It can't. Yeah, because
Batman, 100%.
Yeah, if you're going to do that kind of dark undertone of Batman, what we're going to see, is you could give him a go with that, but I don't think he could. Reason is because you've got to concentrate on Batman, and he would just go, "Oh, I need to tell about Alfred's story. Oh, who's this person? That person." Right. It would be Batman versus everyone, and he would literally get every character that's ever been in the comics and go, "I need everyone." And you're like, "Oh, which one am I supposed to?" And then all the heroes, everybody, it would get confusing. So they're going, if he was clever enough to go, "Okay, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do Batman." Just a Batman, and concentrating on that, I think you could make it his grittiness. Otherwise, I think he just goes all over the place. I don't know what work he's got going on right now, but
after Rebel Moon, who knows?
Exactly. I think he's like, you're going to get the
even Rebel Moon. I think they just did a director's cut. Like, dude, first of all, I didn't need the original cuts of that. Never mind a director's cut, but like, make a movie in a regular runtime. What is wrong with you?
What was it? There was. I must say, I watched it. I watched the first one, the first chapter, and I was like, oh, this is awful. I just like, I went to my girlfriend, was like, do you want to even watch the second one? She's like, nope. And then he came out, went, also, we've got a director cut of like, it's now 40.
Get over yourself. We don't need your director's cuts.
Oh my God. And it's like, but that's the worst thing, is like, everybody's got those epic movies that are really long. And you're like, I love every moment. It was needed.
Or Lord of the Rings. Movies. I was just watching the Lord of the Rings extended cuts the past couple of weeks.
Yeah. And those ones where you're like, it feels right. Even if they're a short movie, 90 minutes or like a 4-hour, intermission in the middle. Like you've got those ones. Like, mate, just stick to your film. You're supposed to be a director. Give us the director's version, not that version and then this version. Oh, by the way, I have another version. No, give us the version that you want, because that's your true version. There are directors out there, and I forgot his name. He worked with a lot with who's the guy who did Trains, Planes, and Automobiles? He was known like, giving the freedom of like, the actors like John Candy, just go for it. But he's always said, like, they're in a vault, I have that. I'm never going to give that's the version I released, the version I gave.
That was my
that was what I did. So yeah, why would I butcher what I've already got to try and fill in pieces that I knew just needed? That wasn't the vision. Like, you must have, and I do it with some of my writing. You've got John Hughes, thank you very much, Sandy, always. When I do some writing, I know my vision, I know things. I don't go back and then go, I'm going to butcher what I've done already, just to like, what is like that? Or you write a paragraph and then you go, it's okay, I'll leave it in there, but I'm not going to use it, and I'll use it later to fill in what it's odd, but like, yeah, he's got a weird fan base. Let's say that. What do they call themselves? They called him something, didn't they?
Well, I know during this, it was the release the Snyderverse movement.
That's it. I don't know what they might. That was it. Yeah.
And I will say, to be honest, I was very interested to see this because I also wanted them to release it to see it. I don't know. I wasn't really hashtagging it on social media, but I was interested in seeing it because there's one thing to have like a director's cut, like Rebel Moon, for example. I think he uses it a little bit as an excuse. Like, if the movie's not good, he can just, it's not my real cut. They made me cut this, this, and this. I have a director's cut. That's great. Like, okay, whatever. That's an excuse. This one was a slightly different scenario, given that he was, not removed. I don't know if this as the story goes, he maybe wanted to left because he was dealing with the family crisis. And maybe that the studio was also unsure of his direction with this. So they might have wanted to, after Batman versus Superman, so they might have wanted to kind of switch paths. So however it kind of split between the two, I don't really truly know. But regardless, this was a different one for me in the case of he had left the project after having gotten so much done and somebody else came in to finish it. So I'm like, well, I would like to see your cut just to see what your actual vision was for the movie, because I can't be sure that what we got in the theatrical cut was your vision, given that somebody else came to work on it. Did I need it to be 4 hours? No, not necessarily. It could have also been a 2.5 or 2 hour, 2.5 hour cut. Just your vision. I didn't really need it to be 4 hours, but whatever it was. But yeah, the rest of his idea of like needs these director's cuts, it just seems weird to me. Like, why are you the only director that can't make a movie, tell the whole story in a regular runtime? I don't get that. And I don't necessarily not like Zack Snyder. There's movies of his that I've liked. I loved 300. I think Dawn of the Dead was really good. Like I said, I like Man of Steel. I can even enjoy Batman versus Superman.
Stop there. The first two you just said, look at what they are, though. They're not his own work.
Right, and that's the thing. Right.
That
He's
is
better when the work isn't his own.
What was that other one he did? And it's awful.
Army of the Dead.
Sucker Punch. No, Sucker Punch.
Oh, Sucker Punch. I've never seen it. I've heard not great things about it, but I've never seen it.
Near enough unwatchable. It is so bad, but it's his tone and it looks good. It's just everything in it just makes you go, I'm off. I think I watched it once with my girlfriend and I was like, you know what? I forgot this movie. Got like 30 minutes into it and I turned it off because I was like, yeah, I remember this movie. It's awful.
I think he's got a good, like an interesting style in terms of being a director. Like again,
yeah, you can see,
like his style is cool. Yeah. It's just
like a Burton,
his
writing.
What you're saying. Right. It's just he's not a good writer, I don't think. So I think he's best off taking adaptations written by other screenplay writers and in other mediums, whether it be based off comic books, whatever. I think he's better off taking the writing of somebody else and then using his style to put it into a movie more so than trying to do it all from scratch. I don't think the writing is a strong suit.
There was a producer, and I can't remember what he was, and he was with George Lucas, and he did the A New Hope, as it's known now, and up to Return of the Jedi. But he was known as pushing back. No, don't be stupid. This is what you need to do. He was the no man. But he then, I can't remember, he got ill, and then when the prequels come out, and they got somebody else out, and they've got the documentary at the beginning, and there's a guy and he's just yes, and this is what Zack Snyder needs. He needs somebody to go, no, bring it in, rein it in, let's do it. And he needs that person like to sit with him. Right, what's your script? What's your idea? I've got this idea. Stop there. Okay, you don't need that many characters. Let's start with 2. and then see how it branches off. Don't try and get everything crammed into once, because all his movies always start with bang. Oh, what is going on? And you're trying, and you're so, oh, everything's happening now, and then he introduces a new thing. You're like, oh, and I can see what he needs. He just needs a rein in. He needs a movie where you go, okay, you've got a room, you've got one actor, go with it.
Yeah,
and that's what he needs, just to drain him in. Go, what? And he'd just be like, okay, let's do that, because otherwise he just gets all like, can I introduce a new character? No, you can't. You've got one character and a room. That's all you need, and just to see what he does, because otherwise he just gets a bit lost. And that's it. Because let's just say the feel of it, the look of it, the like, I like that things. It's not with this. I know we're talking about Batman. It's about Batman, but it works with Batman. It doesn't work with the Batman with others.
Yeah. It's not a blanket kind of style that you can put all over all DC characters. And I honestly almost wonder a little bit if it's part of a WB and DC thing too, because one of my fears of the James Gunn universe coming up is that he's also introducing a lot of characters at once. Even the lineup of projects he's choosing, like he's starting with Superman, and then it's going to be Supergirl and Peacemaker, and then a Green Lantern series and something else, and a Clayface movie just got greenlit. And it's like, are you guys, is this coming from you or WB that they just want to spread out to all these like, not for nothing, but the formula for starting this any DC universe, whether it's this one or 10 years from now, is as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. It's Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, start there, 3 in a row, and go from there. Flesh them out, maybe get them to 2 movies before you start bringing in other characters, whatever it is. But again, it seems like WBDC wants to go with this. All right, in the first Superman movie, we've got this whole little mini Justice League thing going on with Hawkgirl and Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific, and immediately, and he's going to fight this giant dragon monster. And like, again, and I didn't mind the trailer. I thought the trailer was pretty solid to even
it
good.
Was just too much.
It's just, it's like, and even for nerds like us who know this stuff, it's like, dude, that was like drinking water out of a fire hose. What's this going to be like for your average moviegoer?
Yeah, my girlfriend, who's I suppose a normie, I suppose you want to do it, was like, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? And then she wanted to know the backstory. I was like, I don't have time. I don't have time. And that's the problem. And I hate to say this, with James Gunn, if Superman is not bang, and I mean bang, that's dead.
Oh yeah,
and that's it.
In fairness, he's admitted that.
People are fickle. If he loses that interest straight away, it's gone. Now, I'm gonna go off things that when we see everything going on at once. I think that's in the first 20 minutes. I think they've done it.
Too.
I think
typically with trailers, a lot of what you see is in the very.
And I think all these characters you're gonna get is a big battle, and you'll never see him again.
I think it has to
begin the Superman. I think that's
I think it'll have to do with that dragon or monster fight, and they all kind of come in and be like, "Dude, what the hell was that? You just made a mess of the city," and they'll go on from there. You probably won't see much of them again. Maybe at the tail end or something. But
and I don't.
But
think
still, it's just a lot.
Green Lanterns. I don't think you'll see them in it, because if you, I don't like the idea of Green Lanterns. I think they're just too powerful. If you bring them in a universe where Superman is and everything else, they just have too much mobility to change everything that they don't work in people's mind. I think they work well in comics. I think that does, because it's.
I think if you keep them cosmic, you might have a better chance at making it work. If you keep them cosmic and out in space with stuff that's not realistic or non-human Earth,
they need to
I think that'll be your best. But just do the Green Lantern Corps, which I do think is the series they want to make.
Yeah,
so
like a Galaxy, a Guardians of the Galaxy, but
exactly
out there, nothing to do. Once you bring it Earth-based, with that, I think it just. Everybody goes, well, they could just change it, and it just makes that kind of, well, why didn't they just do this? Why didn't they do that? Blah blah blah. So that's why I think that the trailer for that. I know we've gone a bit of tangent here, but that is very much that's it, and it's going to change. But it's gonna we'll see what they're doing in Warner Brothers with the increase of studios and all that, and sound studios. They've got the infrastructure in the next couple of years to do it, to do all these projects all in the same place, all at the same time, and get nice little tax relief off the UK government. So they could do it. I wouldn't like to be involved because I think it would be a headache and a mess. I think they're doing like, okay, there's getting your money back, but there's sometimes where you just got to sit back and go, hold it. We need another 6 months. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they've got it to push, bang, bang, bang. So it's Sandy's gone. Sandy's gone. Oh,
hi, Sandy.
Great screen, gentlemen. Gotta run. Well, no, you should have said gotta run. You should have said gotta dance because we know what you're doing. And catch you for critters. Critters next time. Yes. So have a good one. Have a good in the Florida sunshine. So it's like that. If it is, it's got to be quite good out there. So
yeah, this time of year usually is.
What about Batgirl?
Well, what about her? We can't really know because that movie got shelved.
Yeah, there's only one we've gone on. One Batgirl that was in Batman.
Oh yeah, Alicia Silverstone's
Silverstone. Yeah, that's it.
The niece of Alfred Pennyworth somehow.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. But, yeah, but now we're getting So now we got to a new era. The poll's going for the third poll is the Batman. The Batman. Robert Pattinson's Batman. I'm indifferent on this movie, and I don't know how you feel about it, but one, like everybody ups Pattinson as this great actor, like he's done certain things. I've never seen it really in any of his, like he's got some strange, like he's gone a bit movies out there. I was quietly surprised as him as Batman into this. I don't mind him as Batman. I hate his Bruce Wayne. I like his Batman. I think he's Bruce Wayne is, what were you thinking? It's atrocious. I think it's not fitting for the character. It's just I see that they wanted to go this, nobody's going to get this polar opposite, like kind of thing. We're going to get that. I like some of the casting. I don't like most of the casting. Let's say that. I think the Penguin is good. What's his Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell. I think it's good, and also better now because of the series. I think that series is brilliant. I think that set of things. Catwoman. Was it Levi Kravitz's daughter?
Zoe Kravitz. Yep.
Sorry. I think she's awful. I can't get her point. I get the guy who plays the Riddler, and I like his acting.
Paul Dano.
Yeah, I think he's good. I don't like the look that much with the mask. I think it's too gimpy.
It looks like it's like something from what was it? Zodiac, I think was like the inspiration of it or something. Which again, I get what you were going for there with the cryptic letter, because that's kind of what the Zodiac thing was. But it's not a great look for costume.
Yeah, and then this movie, unfortunately, is good. I mean, good. It's not great. It's not a thing. It's a good watchable. And then there's a point of it. Then I loathe this film. I was like, because the Riddler character, spoilers everyone, is when it's supposed to be like he is a he's the Riddler. He's playing the Riddler. The Riddler arc in it, I think, is quite good. Up to that one point where the Batman's playing the investigation role that we've not really seen. This is where he's the detective. Then they get to that point in the movie, and then they go, "Oh, he's got mental health issues," and it just literally just like, what? And yeah, it was. What did you think? Where did you go in the writing and go, I know what we do. Mental health issues are in the news. Let's try and make him like understanding to people, where the Riddler shouldn't be. The Riddler should be a trickster. And it's it lost me. Apart from that, I like the movie up to that point. It's ruined at the end point, unfortunately. It's a good take on Batman, I suppose, like that. It's completely different to what we've seen. It's not like I say got the edginess of the other movies, except for the Forever and Batman and Robin. It just lost me. It just lost me at the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that take on the Riddler too. Well, let me start by saying I do like this movie. It's not great, not bad. I give it somewhere around like a 6 or a 7, probably a little closer to a 6, to be honest. I think it's a solid first entry. I think there's some good foundational stuff that they can build on for the second movie, if and when we ever get that, because I think it just got pushed back again to like 2026 or 2027. I don't even know. But I agree with a lot of the things you've highlighted. Things I liked. I liked Robert Pattinson's Batman. I loved how they leaned into the detective stuff. I think this one does the detective stuff really well. I liked a lot of the setup with the Riddler character, in terms of his cryptic nature and just, the letters and all that stuff, the riddles. Like, I thought that was all spot on. I even liked his motive and his ultimate plan. I think that was all pretty good. I do agree that you kind of lose a little bit of the effect of the Riddler when you get to that Arkham interrogation scene. It just doesn't feel like Riddler. Like, to me, my ideal version of Riddler is from the Arkham games, where he's just this obnoxious, cocky, arrogant genius. I mean, he's a brilliant mind, and his thing is just, my motive is I want to prove that I'm smarter than you, Batman. And obviously he's got some revenge that he wants to exact on Gotham and people in order of his way to do it, for whatever slights he feels like the world has had towards him. But at the end of the day, he's this, very articulate, very smart, evil genius who's very cocky and very arrogant. And he's constantly like trying to tease Batman with how smart he is and all that. And this just felt very different, where it was this kind of like almost weird adoration for Batman. Like, the whole thing is that he wants to meet Batman and be friends with Batman because he feels like he and Batman are very similar in what they want to do with carrying out, justice for the wrongs they see in Gotham. Because at the end of the day, that is kind of he's upset about the corruption and the political, like the higher end corruption of Gotham, whereas Batman's more on the street level of dealing with criminals and dirty cops and things like that. This guy's more about political corruption and all that. And it's interesting, but I think it leans too much into that. Whereas like Riddler really is like a lot of his, at least my, versions of that I appreciate of him are really just that he wants to just prove that he's a hell of a lot smarter than Batman. Is there things he's going to do to the Gotham and Gotham society in order to prove that point that are probably based off slights or issues, or slights as he perceives them from society, or just his general issues with them and all that? Like, yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, it's mostly about, proving that he's smarter than Batman. The same way for Joker, a lot of his motive is just wanting to corrupt Batman, to prove, that Batman's no different than he is at the end of the day. You just like they say in the famous quote, one bad day away. So, there was a lot that I liked about the Riddler, but by the end of it, is it the best Riddler? No, I still don't think we've gotten a real proper Riddler on screen.
That's it. I think they just why didn't they just in the movie, they just literally made it like Batman didn't win. Like, they didn't have to be captured. Like, he just disappeared. It would have been more of a sense to that, and then ended the movie in like a different way. They just wanted this kind of closure to the Riddler mindset, where you should have just had mystery. You didn't need to know. That's like with Joker. 100%. Joker is better when you don't know his mindset. You cannot understand this person, as you say. He's a chaos. He's just like that. So it's having that about Riddler. Just you need to have closure. Why? And it just and they did it in such a lame way, and I was like, oh, that's a shame. This was actually interesting until boom.
Yeah,
because they tried to make it like it was Batman. I suppose you want to go like Batman cross with Seven. Let's call it that. Like,
that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
But I like.
But at least in Seven, when you found out, I won't spoil it because I think I actually might have put it on our list. But when you find out the person at the end of Seven, it just fits better than this, because this was supposed to be Riddler. This wasn't supposed to be just some random. This almost feels more like it could be like a Victor Zsasz or something when you get to the end of it than Riddler, in terms of his just mental state and just the kind of graphic way he ends people and all that. Like, again, a lot of it is good and a lot of it works. It's just that final end of it being like mental health and all that. I don't know. It didn't feel like Riddler. Like I said, Riddler should be a bit more cocky, a bit more arrogant, a bit more of an evil genius. Like the Gotham version of Riddler from the show, I thought was a little bit more accurate to what Riddler should be. because in that show, he's very cocky. He's very like, yeah, I am the smartest person in the room always. It wasn't this like disturbed individual in this kind of sense. It's very different than what I think Riddler should be. But again, I do feel like this is the problem with everybody always trying to ground Batman, is they always want to give it these real, even the villains, they want to give these realistic and potentially, you know, sympathetic to a degree background. And it's like, it doesn't always need to be that way. Like, it just doesn't work. And this was a case of it. Again, like you said, good 75% of Riddler in this I like. It's that last little bit that's just like, oh, you guys kind of undercut what the character should be.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, it's most of it you kind of like, you're like, oh, I'm watching a detective, like Batman as a detective. And like, even when Batman's being like the Batman we see, I like his portrayal of it. I think it's quite good. It's just everything like
Bruce
that.
Wayne is rough.
Yeah, the Bruce Wayne rough. Catwoman, I think, is like awful. I don't get where I think she's acting well of it. I don't get the Catwoman.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
I just don't get where she's sitting in this playbook. I just don't get it. And that's
like the whole thing of her.
That movie should have come out this year. This should be the summer one. But again, it's like 28, 27. Is this going to get made?
Yeah, at this point, who knows? Who knows?
No. Sorry, because after, as you said, that's a thing. So you spoil my. So Highlander, Scotland never gained their freedom. They just want to like spoiler for Braveheart.
Historical spoiler.
Yeah, historical. They never gained their freedom.
But no, I do agree that I think the Selina Kyle in this is, again, it's just not like the idea that her whole motive is just this other girl and trying to protect her is just a bit odd. Like, there's no jewel thief aspect of this. There's no.
She's not Catwoman.
She's just like somebody.
Interest.
Yeah, she's got a love interest she's trying to protect, and she you know, you can kind of pick up on the tension of that, like, oh, maybe there'll be a love interest one day, her and Bruce. But in terms of her involvement in the story, it's saving her love interest, and it just, there's elements that feel like, I like when she breaks in and tries to steal the vault and they have that little back and forth fight. Like, that's pretty good. I like that they do what Catwoman would do, which is use her sex appeal to try to gain leverage on people and all that. Like, okay, that makes sense. That's very Catwoman-esque, Selina-esque. They introduced the whole storyline with her being Falcone's kid to some degree or something, which I think was just unnecessary. You know, so there was parts of it that I think she got kind of right in terms of how Catwoman would be. It's just the character itself doesn't really feel like Catwoman, if that makes sense. No. And I do think her acting was solid. I think she's a pretty good actress, so that was all good. Penguin, I liked. You know, it was Bruce Wayne that was tough, and which I don't blame Pattinson for that. That seems like it was a director choice. That was a writing and director choice of how we want this Bruce Wayne to be.
Yeah,
and I think it was a bad choice.
Yeah, the flamboyant playboy. We want him to be the recluse, kind of like 90s emo. Like that.
Yeah. Well, even with the Nirvana in the trailer, like the Nirvana was the music of that grunge feel. Yeah. So I was like,
something in the way.
It's what they deliberately obviously went for, which I just don't think works. And I think that maybe because by the end of the movie, he has this whole little inner dialogue or inner monologue about being something different than what he's been, you know, being something different than just vengeance and being something of a symbol for the city and all that, and the Batman mantle kind of aspect. So I think they might be trying to set up a change in that, where maybe now he's learned that he can't be this brooding, you know, Bruce Wayne as well as this vicious Batman. Maybe it's something different.
It should be out. We should have had, because this is year one. It's not an origin story. This is, he's already gone. He's already died. Like Batman's already, like, he's a presence. But not to have it out now. There is something like
it's too long.
It is too long. It's like people aren't going to, like, you get those ones. You're like, oh, I'm looking forward to that. And you're like, oh my God, it's been 3 years, 4 years. This is literally ridiculous.
It was 2022, I believe, when this came out. So I think what they said recently was 26 or 27. I think it got pushed back. It got announced as being like October 26th, October 2026, right after the end of Penguin. And then like a month or two later, they're like, on second thought, we're going to push that back a little farther. So I think it might be into 2027 at this point.
But that's the problem. Like,
that's Penguin's too long. That's 5 years.
You're going to have like Penguin season 2 before this. And I like that show. I think everybody.
I love Penguin. I thought it was a great show.
But then you've got, they're setting up that show with that. And if like how that ended. No spoilers because people might not have seen it, Highlander. But that sets it up kind of that you could back to back that with Penguin and Batman,
right?
And it's just like how that wasn't.
I don't even think they have the script done, Stasis. I think last I heard was a little snippet of Matt Reeves speaking. And I think he was saying, he's like, yeah, I think James Gunn, or I could be wrong, but I thought I heard from like the James Gunn side of things, or whether it was him or just his group that like, oh, they didn't know if the script was done yet or something. I could be wrong on that. But I believe what we heard from Matt Reeves was that they were still like, he was like, oh no, we're still working on it. I'm like, where are you guys on this movie? I don't understand.
But that's the thing. Like Matt Reeves, he's just come out this week, and we've just spoke briefly about it. That they're going to do. This is going to happen. Apparently, this is going to be its own dedicated single universe. This Robert Pattinson thing. One, it's taken too bloody long. But any Batman that will be in with James Gunn won't be Robert Pattinson,
right?
And I was like, okay, if they're cameos or they're snippets, you don't need Robert Pattinson. But if you're gonna have a main character, it's a bit odd that you're gonna have this like
you're gonna run two Batman. Yeah, like that's bizarre.
It's
like it just
that.
Speaks to the disorganization of WB and DC. No matter what era you're talking about, if you're talking about the Snyderverse or now what's going into the James Gunn era, it just feels like there's nothing but disorganization. Like nothing seems to be making much sense with how they approach this.
Yeah, because I think this movie, it made me want to see a sequel because I was like, oh, it's not great. It pissed me off, I must say, at the end. But I was like, it's got enough to give me another.
Like there's enough foundational stuff there that like, okay, you can improve and build on this.
Yeah, like, okay, now you've got Penguin. You can now bring in, like, if you're going to bring in a Joker or whomever, you can do that. Batman's kind of solid. You can now mature up to Bruce Wayne for year 2, but then having 5 years or wherever it is going to be what people are going to forget like that.
Honestly. Well, because you got to figure by the time this movie comes out, James Gunn will likely have announced his Batman, who it's going to be, and maybe start some of that stuff. So again, people are going to be like, me, you, the people watching this chat, the nerds of the world will be able to keep up with all that. But a lot of your, for lack of a better way to say it, your normies, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean that, not everybody not everybody has enough time to dedicate to liking Batman this much, and I don't blame them for it. But your more normal, kind of average moviegoer is going to be like, wait, who's Batman? I thought I just saw this Batman. Now this is Batman. Like it's confusing. It's disorganized. And it seems like I said, it seems like they don't even know, because I thought I had heard, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I thought I had heard from James Gunn's camp that they were going to be moving, that when Penguin finished, they were like, yeah, we're going to move forward with, Matt Reeves. We just need the script to be done. And then I felt like a few weeks later, we heard Matt Reeves saying like, oh, the script's almost done. It's like, so are you guys talking to each other? Do you guys know what's going on? And if I'm wrong on that, forgive me, but I thought that was the way I heard it.
It's kind of thing. Like I like they must have been like when they said, oh, well, here's the keys, James, like go. But we've got Batman and you can't touch Batman. Whatever you do, you've got that. But we're gonna literally we've got this Penguin show. We've got a great cast. We're gonna see if that works. If it does, it's gonna get a season 2. We kind of lined up for that. But Batman, we're gonna give it at least 2 movies. Like at least 2 movies with the same cast. And it's just like, hello, like, because the guy who wrote this must have had a plan. Let's lead it on. Because there's deleted scenes of where they had a Joker, and I'm glad they did.
It looks awful by design too. By the way, it's way too scarred up. It looks crazy.
Yeah, but like they took it out because they realized they were doing wrong. So having that kind of jangly keys at the end of the movie, okay, let's see what happens. Like I'm all for it because I like Pattinson's Batman. I didn't mind it. I was like, oh no, I'm not gonna like this. Like it's Pattinson, Twilight, and all that, back in your head, and other stuff. But I just thought he did well. I did.
I agree.
Yeah.
So I think it's. I know the word mediocre sounds bad, but it's not a bad thing in a world where in a world where movies can be total crap. Like mediocre is not always the worst thing in the world. I think this is a mediocre, maybe slightly above mediocre Batman movie. But again, enough foundation.
It should have been an 8. If it was carrying with the Riddler story, it
Right.
could have been an 8. But they knocked it down to me to like a 6.
Yeah, that's about where I have.
And that's it, because it's one of those ones I like to watch until that point. And I don't, and that's it. You enjoy the movie, but you know what's coming. It's like that. So it's
it is odd to me, because especially when you're talking about, you're not just talking about a franchise, you're talking about a Batman franchise. Those almost superhero franchises at this point, it's a staple that they come in trilogies, you know, if they're successful enough. But you can imagine that at any point in time when a studio is launching a new version, whether it be a new hero or a new reboot of a hero, they're expecting a trilogy. So the idea that they wrote this movie and didn't have anything of a script afterward, like you didn't have any idea where this movie was leading to, like you're still writing the script now, like that just seems bizarre to me.
You look at how Disney and Warner Brothers, probably the two ones that got the biggest franchises, they aren't doing a one and gone. They're doing
when was the last time, you know?
Yeah, they
unless the movie flops,
like
and even then, like they still try sometimes.
Yeah,
like, it's
but they're not doing
rare you see them plan to do just one off.
It's not. But it's even like a one off. Like we got one coming up that they don't have. It's a one because, and we've not used that character like as a cameo or something else in something else. It's like that. But on that note, Robert Pattinson did win that.
Nice.
Loads thing. So he's in the next one. So I'm going to end that one. So this might be it's quite good. We're ending like that because we've got in our next movie the same again. So let's start. This is the best. I'm going to call it the best. Now, the end, the best. Out of these ones, guys, this is it. The best Batman, not the best Bruce Wayne, the best Batman. So this is going to be interesting. This is like I'm guessing it's going to be against 2. So that's it. I think Robert Pattinson was a weak poll, but we'll put him in there. As we said, he's a good Batman.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
I will say
them top 2 though. Ooh, I think that's going to be a good one. That's good. But from that, Keaton's back. And our next one is a thing. Is the Flash? And I said that is because this. I think it probably broke even. I think it did at the end of that. It's not a bad movie, but there's not another Flash movie because circumstances, but with the actor and other things. But the still in this is Keaton coming back as Batman. I think this 100%. Was the best thing. I'd like when he turned up, and he doesn't. You get those ones where they're jangling keys, they do cameos or like bringing back somebody back from the past, and you're like, oh, cringy. He looked good.
It was honestly. No, I enjoyed seeing him back. I almost just say I enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy the whole movie, but I did enjoy seeing him back. Is the movie as bad? I'm pretty sure it didn't do very well. But again, a lot of
I think he got more backlash because of Ezra Miller.
Right. Plus the kind of like people knowing that this universe was ending. It was going to be the last one of it. And I think it lost a lot of steam because of that. So I don't think it did very well. Now, was it that representative of the quality of the movie itself? Probably not. I think maybe those circumstances of Ezra Miller, the actor, and his controversies, plus the kind of less than lukewarm reception to the idea of this being, the last, not so much this being the last, but just the kind of like, I don't know, everybody was just kind of annoyed with the idea of like, why am I going to go watch this movie if you're just rebooting the universe anyways? Like, you can't convince me to watch this. That mixed with his stuff going on, I think really sunk the chances for the movie. Is it awful? No, it's not awful. Is it good? No, it's not good. It's somewhere in the middle of just like, it's fine. I think the highlight of it is Michael Keaton, to be honest with you, which doesn't always bode well for a Flash-based movie. But
let's say you got Flash with Batman and the baddies and Supergirl is the best part of it. Like the person who's supposed to be the instigator and have the storyline, the Flash, is absolutely
like the background.
I don't need. I don't want to see anymore.
Which sucks because I love the Flash. Flash, my top favorite superheroes are probably Batman, Spider-Man, Superman, and Flash. I love the Flash. I love the character. I love the superhero. I love Barry Allen. Just didn't think it was the proper casting from the beginning. Even going back to seeing the little cameo of him in Batman vs Superman where he like is in the grocery store and like puts out a crime or whatever it was. Never thought the casting was right. He's just, the way they played the character too was just very like quirky. It just didn't work. Like it didn't feel like Barry Allen. It was just this quirky kind of all over the place kind of guy.
They wanted a comedy element.
Work.
Everybody else is being the straight character, like
right,
that kind of thing. But he's just a bit. He's like he's not intelligent. He's not a super. He's just clumsy, and everything he's luckily gets there. And it's
just doesn't work. Doesn't work for the Flash, and didn't work to carry a movie either.
But this is where, like, again, DC, like Warner Brothers, just didn't talk to each other because they knew that, like, James Gunn didn't get announced within a week. This is like years. He's pitched something, talked to the right people, and they've gone, "Oh, we like what you're talking about. We've made a mess of this," because there was this, and then Aquaman 2 coming out, and they killed those two movies.
Oh yeah,
and then this movie, like, you got to think about, there is another Batman. George Clooney comes in at the end.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He comes in at the end.
Yeah. So there's like, he's like, if it's a bit of a place, but literally, so you've now opened it up that Keaton in this other worlds. I hate the multiverse. I've always have. I think it's a stupid thing.
It's just so overdone. I'm sick to death of the multiverse.
So really you're going to go that, but now well, Keaton's still there, so Keaton can come back because there could be another Keaton because there's multiple. But then you've also going, well, you could bring back George Clooney, redemption story. Everybody likes that from Batman and Robin. But then they just went, no, we're going to cancel. Like just before, I think it was just like a month, like wasn't that before this got kind of released? There was reshoots on this. It was a bit of a nightmare because of Miller, and then it kind of like got canned because everybody was like, "Oh, so you're killing them all, and these aren't the actors." Things, right? Then I'm not bothered. And it literally. Why didn't you wait for these two movies to end, then make your announcement? Because James Gunn wasn't going, after like in 6 months' time after Aquaman 2 is coming out, I'm already in the works. He wasn't. He's still. We're still waiting for Superman.
Well, they even tried to roll him out there to say like, "This is the best superhero movie I've ever seen." Like, come on, James, don't lie to us. Don't lie to us.
Now, is it bad? No, it's not, and I agree with that. It's not a bad movie. It's. I could watch it and I would be entertained. Is it great? Would I remember it? No, it's not. It's one of those ones. It's just entertaining.
All I remember is the
because of the other. Yeah, but it's entertaining for the wrong reasons. Right. The wrong reasons is the cameos and the main character storyline. You just don't care about. I don't
even remember what it was. Honestly, I don't even remember what Flash's storyline is in it. I only watched it once.
Something about his dad got accused of killing his mom.
Oh yeah. I know that side of it. I just meant more or less like
baked beans.
The baked beans. That's right. That I know the whole idea of his dad and yellow. But it wasn't even Yellow Flash who goes back and is the culprit of the murder of his mother. I think it was like a different version of him.
He actually is. It's an actual
character. I can't remember.
I can't remember it. That's the thing. I can't remember it because I was just like,
I can't remember what. And I hate that
once they got like spoilers, anybody not seeing it. Once they kind of kill off the alternative Supergirl and Batman, I'm kind of done. Yeah, I'm done with the movie. I'm like, I don't.
Because then all you're left with is him and the other version of himself that's corrupted. Is that the version of himself that goes back and is the one that killed his mother?
So. Yeah,
I think right where it should be. It should really be Yellow Flash, like. Again, taking stories and just doing weird stuff with them. I don't get. This is basically a mix of taking Flash's origin, which should have been done with Yellow Flash, Eobard Thawne, not whatever this other version of Barry Allen was, and then also the Flashpoint paradox story of going back and mistakenly going back and running into what should have been Thomas Wayne, which I think was the original thing. I think the guy from Walking Dead there who plays Thomas Wayne in Batman vs Superman, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment. I think he was originally supposed to be set up for this, but then they decided to go with Keaton for the key jangling. And I do think it probably worked better for this film because I think this film needed Keaton to have anybody watch it, to be honest with you. But it was just like a change up of the origin of Flash and the Flashpoint paradox. And because Supergirl should have been Superman who was in some government site, and it was just a whole mix up of things. That was.
I think they just wanted to say the they knew the Flash story didn't have much hope, and then they even to the end when they do the every the Supermans and the Batmans and all that, like the Flashes, like they do that thing, and like everybody, oh look,
the CGI in those Speed Force scenes was so bad too.
But it's just like, okay, you've done that. It makes people have a little bit of a smile, things that could have been. You bring back Reeves back, and I can't remember the girl who played this.
I forget her name, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a smile moment. It's a bit of like, okay, but that is where you realize they didn't really have much hope with the actual movie, because that could have been anybody. They all CGI'd. It could have been anybody, like Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Yeah, and never finished or never started Superman movie.
Yeah. But okay,
he was actually he was upset about that. I'm pretty sure. Recently, about him being like, I don't like you guys just using my likeness. And fair enough. I mean, even the Christopher Reeves and the other woman.
They started doing it, and then they've gone on to
that's it's, some people are gonna look at it like, oh, that's nice to see them. Some people are gonna be like, that's a little weird. These guys have passed on. Do you have the okay from family or anything to do this? So you always gotta wonder with that.
But this is like you get in the movies, you're like, I'll just turn it off. I don't want to watch it. This is you can watch it. It's one of those you can watch it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was terrible. It wasn't terrible. It was watchable. I will say the CGI was terrible. Like those scenes when they did the Speed Force, where it kind of creates that, like, he's in the center of almost like a little dome shaped arena with, like, watching the things replay. It looked like PS2, video game graphics. That looked terrible. But outside of that, I thought most of like the fight stuff and all that was okay. The action scenes and things, like, I thought all that looked fine. I actually liked this version of Supergirl. I'm not huge on the Supergirl character, nothing against her. And for the the people that
I was surprised.
Yeah, like anytime you say you don't like right. And just in general, I find Supergirl to be a boring character. And you say that, and a bunch of people go, oh, you don't like female characters. Wrong. Love Wonder Woman, love Black Widow, love Storm, love a bunch of female characters. It's nothing to do with that. I just don't find Supergirl to be a very interesting character in general. I never have. Maybe someday I will if somebody gives me the right interpretation of her, but I've just never found her to be that interesting. But I actually really liked her in this. I thought it was a good take on her. And again, the look is very different, but I think it works. I think she made for a great Supergirl. I think she actually looks more like she's a relative of Kal-El, Clark Kent in this than the blonde version of her. So I liked her. I thought she was good.
I thought
Zod coming back was interesting. That should have really been Atlanteans versus Themyscirans if we're going with Flashpoint Paradox, but they went with this Zod taking over all of Earth thing. Like, okay, well, whatever. Interesting take. But they don't.
Again, it's like with Supergirl, like she should have got another go. I didn't mind the actress. I would another go. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that. She seemed to like, it seemed a bit different. Yeah, but
no, I think James Gunn did actually cast the new Supergirl. Now that I think of it,
yeah, she's I can't remember her name. Oh no, it's not her. It's somebody else. Yeah. But
Natty, I almost feel bad for her because
Natty McBatty,
Natty, how you doing,
Adam West is the best. Well, you missed the first poll. You lost out on the first poll. There we go. But so now
I did like her.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go to the next movie that you will be possibly watching a lot soon, and a lot of people are gonna say it's a good movie.
So I unfortunately did not get the chance to watch it this week. I was a little too busy. I didn't get the chance. But sell me on it here. Sell me on it here, and I'll watch it.
Okay, it's literally ridiculously funny. That is it. It's like like the Lego ones, and it's Batman being Batman. It's really funny. It's like it is it's got all the characters, as you can see, and it's literally. It's quite heartwarming between Alfred, Robin, and Batman. It's got a bit of fun, they've even got offshoots of this. I can't remember what it is as well with Joker as well, and it's worth a watch. And I was like, my kid wanted to watch it, and then he got obsessed. He was like Batman, and then he just he wanted to put Batman. And then the thing is, like,
it's a great poster.
But the thing is, because he's free, he doesn't realize who Batman is. Because I'm not going to show him, of course. Now. So this is his Batman. This is his. Batman.
You can show him the Adam West one.
Yeah. But he goes around and goes, "I'm Batman. I'm Batman."
That's awesome.
And then he was going it for ages, and I'm like, I really just want to show you who Batman,
Mm-hmm.
at least go to like 1989 Batman, like that. But it is fun. It's like it's stupid, and afterwards you're like, you know what? It's just a laugh. It's like it's like like them like Simpsons episodes that have got a bit of humor for adults and stuff like that.
Yeah, the jokes. There's a little bit of something so that adults on board.
But it's good. Like Lego seem to do this. Like if they get like that, they just go, you know what, we've got the rights. Let's go a bit silly, but make it for kids. But then when the adults are there, they can go ha ha ha. But yeah, I won't give it away. I just have a watch of it. It is.
I will. I am going to put this. Is there two?
It will make you laugh. It is good.
I thought there was two of these, right? Or is there only
one?
There's
I can't remember the next one. I think the it's like the Justice League one. There is one, but this is the Batman one.
I will give this one a watch because you and Sandy have really sold me on.
Yeah, the one with the Superman one and him is quite funny because they have like an offshoot of each other. Like it's quite funny. Like I'm Superman.
Do like Will on that too.
Superman can do everything, and then Batman, I'm Batman. So it's quite funny. But before we go into another one, I say that's just a bit playful. Your best logo. Let's go for it. Ooh. This is a good one. I like this. It's a good one.
It's nice to see them all like this too, so I can really think about it.
And it goes it like that.
So off the bat, my favorite is Michael Keaton. Yeah, no pun intended. My favorite is Michael Keaton's with the yellow behind it. Now, I do like the one from the movie poster a little bit more because there's a little bit too much going on the bottom side of the bat in this one. It's like a little too many kind of curves in it, curves and points. I like something a little bit more simple in terms of the bat symbol itself, but I love it up against the yellow background. That's always my favorite. My second favorite is probably the Dark Knight one, to be honest with you. I really like that one. Very simple, but also a little bit more sharp. And then I'll do number 3 just to have a nice, easy top 3. Probably the Justice League 2017 one. I do like that bigger, thicker bat symbol because it just reminds me of the Dark Knight Returns.
Now, I would there until the last one, so I'm going to go for 89, Dark Knight, and then Adam West Batman. I think that's it. Just because I just think it's very subtle.
Oh yes, yep, fair enough. You know what? I might actually swap. I might swap my 2017 Justice League one for the Batman Forever one. I do kind of like that Val Kilmer one.
Forever is
I do like that one now that I'm looking at it. Yeah. I might actually swap those and put the Justice League 2017 one, that kind of bigger, thicker one, into the 4 spot for me. The Batman one, I don't love, to be honest with you. That's probably the weakest or one of the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah. Then it looks a bit. It looks too more vampire.
Yeah,
it
honestly, weird. As weird of a complaint as this is going to be, it looks too much like a bat. It looks too much like a bat, kind of flying right at you.
Yeah, it's not like how would they project that on a symbol? That's not
right.
Things like
that.
It's
not great.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Then a little bit of fun there. Anyway, so we've got.
And there's Natty in the chat. I agree, Natty. I love that the Ben Affleck one is very similar to that Frank Miller's Dark Knight.
Now, chat. We're going to discuss now, so keep the poll going. So Michael Keaton, 67, Kevin Conroy, 33, and Robert Pattinson, 0 at the moment. But it might change. Jay, your top Batman, and then did we do Batman first or your top movies first? Your call.
Let's do Batman first. Let's do top Batman.
Go on, who's your top Batman? Batman.
All right. So my favorite Batman. Now, this is including everything for me. This isn't just the live action movies. This is going to be animated and video games as well. So for me, this is an easy answer because of how much work he did as Batman. It's Kevin Conroy. His work on the animated series, multiple times he's picked it back up to do the Justice League series. Different one-off kind of movies, the Arkham games, all of it. It's not only just his voice, It's the way they write and execute his Batman and all of those works. It's just like quintessential Batman for me. It captures everything that I think Batman should. I really just can't say enough good things about it. I love every time Kevin Conroy is voicing Batman. I pretty much always love what the end product ends up being. I can't think of a time he voiced them where I wasn't happy with the end product that had anything to do with his work, or like I would say I don't love what they did in the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game with his Arkham Batman. Yeah. We just found out this week that apparently that was a clone or whatever stuff they're trying to retcon with that whole game story. But whatever, aside from that, I don't love what they did with his character in that game, but that's not his fault. That has nothing to do with him. That's what they chose to do with him. You know, he just did the voice acting. I would say that's the only.
Are you in league with Natty here?
Me and Natty have had this conversation on some of my my Batman game streams. We've had this conversation a few times. We're very much in agreement on this. But no, so Kevin Conroy, I've pretty much loved any time he's been voicing Batman in every work that they've done with his, you know, his versions of Batman. Again, outside of that just Suicide Squad game, but that had nothing to do with him. He was just voicing. They chose to go the way they did with the story. That's on them. And I'll give another one too, just for live action, just so that because it's almost a little bit of a cheat code to use him because he's been in so much. He's been Batman so many times. So for somebody who's been Batman in the movies just once or twice type of thing, I know this is going to be a controversial take, but I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I do. I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I know it. The answer should be Michael Keaton, and I know it should be. Maybe it's the Boston in me that just likes Ben Affleck. I don't know. But there's so much that I've liked about Ben Affleck's Batman in terms of how it was executed. To me, it just feels so much like the Arkham games Batman. And I think that's what pulls me in the direction of it. It's just, his movies just weren't good enough. Maybe it's a little bit of the, I want to see more that always makes me feel like he didn't fail Batman, the movies failed him type of thing. So like, maybe it's just that bit of, I want to see more and feel like he could do so much more with it. But in terms of live action, I've said it on stream before, my own stream, so I don't want to double track now and say something different. I do love his Batman. He is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, live action Batman. But Michael Keaton is right there, you know, neck and neck right behind him. I love Michael Keaton.
Yeah, for me, my top two kind of is Michael Keaton and then Conroy. It's literally that's it.
Yeah.
So
I'll even admit to say that is the correct answer. Some version of those two. Me slipping Ben Affleck in there is a little biased thing for me.
Yeah.
Those are the best two.
Okay. Now, before we go on to the movies, look, I think we have to do top three of movies. So I'll give you a bit of time. Top best Bruce Wayne, because they are different. They have got different Bruce Waynes, and I will probably be very controversial on this one. But go on. Who's the best Bruce Wayne?
I almost don't want to say it because I feel like I'm going too much in his direction. But I thought that Ben did a really good Bruce Wayne. I do think Michael Keaton was a pretty solid Bruce Wayne. I think Christian Bale might have been the weakest Bruce. Kilmer and Clooney. I'm not even really looking at them right. No, that's not true. Pattinson is probably the weakest Bruce. Kilmer I thought was fine. I'm gonna go Keaton. I liked his Bruce Wayne. I don't think I can give it to Ben because there just wasn't enough of it. But the glimpses of his Bruce, I think, were really good. Like that conversation he has with Clark Kent in Superman, or Batman vs Superman, I thought was a really good interpretation of it. And a few of the other bits and pieces we see, but there's just not enough of his Bruce that I can say for sure. So, you know what? Shoot, Kevin Conroy would actually probably be. I might go Conroy and Keaton again. I think Conroy.
You're doing the Batman for me.
Yeah, basically, I think I'm actually going to go Conroy and Keaton. I think Conroy is the best. He does such a good balance between his version of Bruce and his version of Batman, and also, especially in the animated series and like Mask of the Phantasm, all that kind of stuff. He just really there's not only a distinct difference between the two characters, but he really captures that like. Everything's fine, billionaire, playboy kind of Bruce Wayne. Like the world's not a big deal to him, which goes so great to hide the fact that he's actually, Batman on the other side of his life. So that's what I'll settle on. I will say Kevin Conroy and Michael Keaton.
There you go. So mine, I'm going to go for number two because I'm going to guess my number one is controversial. So my number one sorry, number 2, sorry, is Michael Keaton. I think he's how he plays Bruce Wayne is really good, like especially in Batman Returns. I think he opens up that kind of thing. Number 1, sorry, is very controversial, and you have to watch him as Bruce Wayne in the movie. It's George Clooney.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, he plays the most suave, the most
that's fair, honestly.
Like Bruce Wayne. He's very I'm smart. I mean, I'm good. He's good looking. He plays the part really well. I think the rest of the movie is shocking, but him actually being portraying Bruce Wayne is actually, I think that's how I see Bruce Wayne. He's very suave. He's he's very
confident.
Charismatic
there too.
Charismatic, that's it. And I think he brings that back. It reminds me, I don't know when the movies were, of when he plays Ocean in Ocean's 11.
Danny Ocean. Yep.
Yeah, Danny Ocean. That is very similar. He's very suave. He's very like that, and that's what I think. So yeah. And he even gives that across, and we just said it in The Flash. I think,
in that little snippet that he's in, he does. He does have that.
Comes across like I'm the man. Look at me, I'm a billionaire. Listen to me. I think he plays the Bruce Wayne character well. Just the rest of it is shockingly bad, like how he comes across. Unfortunately, so yeah, that's my very boom out there, and I've always said it. I just think he played Bruce Wayne.
Wow, I was not expecting that.
The other one, I think, if you go by TV, is the guy out of Titans when he's the older Batman, but you never see him as Batman. We had it up earlier on the poll. Ian Glenn. I think he plays the elder statesman, the older, Bruce Wayne very well. I think you just don't get enough of him. You don't get enough of like that because he's not the main character.
They use him as too much of a side character. I don't know when we're going to finally get just a Batman series, like a live action series, the same way they just did Superman and Lois, and they've done Superman series before. I don't know why they have some aversion to doing it with Batman.
You've just done it with the Penguin. It worked, and I think maybe that was a tester, like that. Maybe that's what, and that's maybe why Patterson might not be signed up. I don't want to do that. Like, we'll hold it. A-lister just did it, so with the Penguin, and he had to wear makeup and prosthetics, whatever. Half the time. So I don't know if it's going to happen, but it would be a Batman series core, and I mean a 22 episode Batman series.
And
don't give me 8 episodes and 10 episodes. I hate this new bloody thing.
Don't do a CW kind of cheap out kind of thing. Like, invest some serious money into this. Like, make it a hit.
Okay. So next is the big one. So I'm going to end the poll now. So the chat, we've gone through the best Batman. We didn't put the things. Chat, I'll let you put in your best Bruce Wayne. So Keaton, 67%. So Keaton, for the 2 movies, is the winner of the best.
That's fair.
Batman, and you can't. You're not going to grumble, like are you? You're not going to
Keaton, Conroy.
Where did you think? So end the poll. There we go. We've done it. We got to that. Now I'm going to go. Which we let's do 3, 2, 1. Should we do it that way? So your number 3rd movie, go. What would they be at number 3?
My number 3 Batman movie. Ooh, that is a good question. This is subject to be rearranged as I continue to kind of pour through some of these movies as I'm thinking of these. But I want to say my 3rd favorite Batman movie is probably actually going right back to the animated series or Kevin Conroy, Mask of the Phantasm. I absolutely love Mask of the Phantasm. I think it's such a good movie and such a good Batman animation and continuation of the animated series.
For me, and this might be a bit thing, is 1989 Batman.
Oh, interesting.
That's number 3 and number 3. Even though I adore it, it's number 3. Wow. Number 2, go.
So my number 2 would now then be 89. That original Batman with Michael Keaton it's just, chef's kiss. I love that movie.
Yeah, and my number 2 then would be A Dark Knight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm kind of just like a little bit ahead of you on these because my number one is in fact The Dark Knight.
I guess you don't know what your number one is.
Yep, it would be a Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, excuse me.
Yeah, and my number one is Batman Returns.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
I like that movie more.
Interesting.
The Batman, even though I love that movie, I just think there's more to it. Batman Returns. I can watch that over and over again, and I never I'm never disappointed. So yeah, my favorite is Batman Returns, and I think it's like a sequel as a you like it more. So yeah, it's Batman. But go chat and tell us what you like. But to that, now I'm going to take a little bit of a backseat here because I don't do them. Jay, so the influence with your gaming and what is the best game then? Because you do your Batman games. I must say I've never ever played. Played.
I can't recommend.
I know you have to recommend one, then I'll have to give it. Have to give it a go.
So,
but go.
Yeah, I'm about to start.
This is where I'm going to sit back. So I should have a cigar, shouldn't I, or something?
Snack, something,
a brandy. Yeah, get the cheese and wine out.
So this is easy because I actually have this conversation almost every time I stream one of the games because there's always some new person strolling into chat who just wants to ask, like, "Oh, how do you rank these games? Or what do you think of them all?" I love the Batman Arkham series. I think that they are such good games. Arkham Asylum kind of kicked off the whole thing. There wasn't honestly a ton of like good video games for Batman. There's been good Spider-Man games, good Marvel games like Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Marvel used to have a better foot in terms of the world of games, to be honest with you. Until the Arkham games came along, they kind of really reset the standard of superhero video games, in my opinion. Specifically Arkham Asylum. It's a great game. It's got an awesome kind of tone and atmosphere to it where it's this creepy, almost kind of horror type of game. It's not really horror. You're not getting like Resident Evil vibes, but it's a lot darker and more kind of spooky and kind of scary than, the other Arkham games, just because it's in the asylum. So it's a little bit creepier in terms of the areas you're going through, the way everything looks, the kind of stuff you run into and all that. But the big thing about it, to me, or the most revolutionary thing about it to me, was the combat system. It really kind of revamped combat in video games. I believe what they call it is the free flow system. It is just such a smooth and satisfying combat system when you're playing it. It feels like Batman, you feel like Batman, and you get satisfaction out of every single knockout and every little slick little move you do to go from one person to the other, the way you incorporate your gadgets. It was just revolutionary in terms of combat systems, so much so that a lot of games went to copy it afterwards, especially games coming out from WB Games at that point in time, like the Shadow of Mordor games that I've also been playing, as well as the Mad Max game. Like a lot of games, Assassin's Creed was probably another one that not necessarily copied it because Assassin's Creed came out first and they started some of that combat, but once the Batman games came out, the Assassin's Creed games, I shouldn't say they started that combat. They had a similar style of combat, but the buttons weren't as fluid to me personally. But what it did change for the Assassin's Creed games is that they then introduced more of a brawler type of aspect to them, as opposed to the first games that were more stealth. Once those Batman games started coming out, Assassin's Creed even started to be like, oh, maybe we can do some more brawler aspect and just let people get into these fights and things like that. My own personal interpretation of what happened there. Maybe I'm wrong. But so Arkham Asylum is fantastic. Really great story. Batman, Joker, it's a classic. Arkham City is not only my favorite game of the Arkham series, it is my favorite video game of all time. I absolutely adore that game. The story is brilliant. It's based off essentially Batman, Hugo Strange, and some other stuff that plays out. I don't want to spoil it in case you ever do play it because the story is honestly really well written. That's kind of a consistent thing throughout the Arkham games is the stories are always good. The third game, Arkham Knight, well, technically the fourth game, actually. The third game, before I hop onto Origins, actually, let me just say, again, City, phenomenal. The look of Gotham is it's not all of Gotham. It's this section of Gotham that's been quarantined off to kind of be the host of all Gotham's criminals, essentially. Take Arkham Asylum, just put it into a bigger space. So you get this whole side of the city that's quarantined off and all of Arkham's in there. Not only the criminals, though, there's a lot of political prisoners in there because of, what Hugo Strange has going on and all that. Really great game. Gameplay is awesome. It's, again, an improvement on the combat system, more gadgets, improvement on how the gadgets work within the combat. Still looks great to this day. Visuals hold up. Voice acting, top tier. It's Kevin Conroy. It's Mark Hamill. Whatever you think of Mark Hamill, the person, it's undeniable that he's a phenomenal voice actor, especially as the Joker.
Well done, yeah.
Right. He's such a good voice actor as Joker. So whatever you think of him as
just
a person,
a bit of a weirdo in real life.
He's a bit of an ass, but but he's got a great job doing, Joker's voice for all these years. So love that game. Fantastic game. Highly recommend it. I'd recommend all of these. Arkham Origins was something I'm actually in the middle of replaying. I actually have to do a stream of it soon because I haven't been able to stream for the past couple of weeks. So I've kind of left that playthrough, in limbo. So I got to go back and finish it. It's my least favorite of the bunch. It's the only one I've ever played once. This stream playthrough I'm doing is actually my second playthrough of all time. It's solid. It's what happened was WB
the difficulty level up, or you just play it again.
No, I always play every game. I try to start on the hardest difficulty, just to see, what the test is.
Pro gamer here, people. Yeah. Pro gamer.
No big deal or anything. Level. So I always bump it up to the hardest difficulty. And I will say this one's actually giving me a bit more of a struggle than the other Arkham games have, which was surprising to me. But what happened with this one was Rocksteady had done the first 2 games in the Arkham series, and they also did Arkham Knight, which was the last game. WB wanted another game in between, so they let WB Games Montreal work on their own Arkham game. Now, at first, people weren't sure if this was going to be in the same continuity or what, because it wasn't a Rocksteady game, but it ended up being in the same continuity, and it was Arkham Origins. So it was basically your year 1 of Batman type of story.
Oh, yeah.
It's not bad. It feels like it wanted to copy and paste a lot of what the Arkham games did. It's the only game in the Arkham series to me that feels like it is a step back mechanically in terms of combat and gadgets and all that. There's a lot of glitches and things that it's to this day didn't get the polish that it needed to be, as good as the other ones. It's not a bad game by any means. And if it was the only Batman game, I would have such, higher praise for it. The problem is it's always going to suffer the fate of going up against heavyweights in terms of Batman games. It's always going to be up against the other games in the series, which are all, better than it, for lack of a better way to put it. But it's good. I recommend that as well. It's a fun playthrough. Arkham Knight is the weakest in terms of story for me. I don't love what they do in the story. They kind of mix, again, they essentially they take the Red Hood story and just try to rehash it, and it doesn't really work. Not that it doesn't work. It's fine. It just, there's no shock value. There's no surprise or twist to it that they wanted to have. If you know the Red Hood story, you know what happens in this. Like, who the Arkham Knight is the whole time, the whole deal. They wanted to go for some big reveal. By the time you get the reveal, you're like, not only did I know this going into the game because I know Red Hood, I knew this because you leave breadcrumbs throughout the entire game story that this is it. Like, you see scenes of Joker and Jason Todd in Batman flashbacks before you find out who, the reveal is. So it's like, you're showing me this because so like, even if I didn't know Red Hood, I would have been able to pick up on it. Maybe I wouldn't, if I was somebody who didn't know Red Hood, maybe I wouldn't know that that's the case, but I would have at least been able to tell, like, oh, this guy's got to be, this guy, the Joker's beating up. Even if you didn't know Jason Todd, say, you'd be like, oh, this Robin must be, it was too easy to put together. But in terms of gameplay, great. It's the perfected version of a combat and the gadget system. The biggest downfall of it is the Batmobile. They force you to use the Batmobile. They should have just left it as a way to traverse the map, just a mode of transportation. Because they put so much effort into creating the Batmobile, they kind of like really, really wanted to make players use it. And they give you these horrendously annoying puzzles that just take all the momentum out of your gameplay. You've got these tank battles that you have to do as well that, once again, just take all the momentum out of the story, out of the gameplay. Every time you run into one of those missions, you're like, oh God, here's another Batmobile mission, which like isn't the effect you wanted to have bringing the Batmobile into these games. It could have just been used simply for traversal of the map or mobility around the map. That would have been fine because it is a great way to get around the map. But yeah, that's always been the kind of the Achilles heel of that game is, one, the story's not the strongest. Two, the Batmobile is just annoying to have to use in the missions. But visually, the Gotham looks great. the quality of. I mean, I actually played all these games on console. So while streaming them, it's been on PC, Xbox actually. So I mostly had Xbox my whole life. I have always had I have a PS5 and an Xbox now, and I think I had PS4 and Xbox One, but I didn't have a PS3 and Xbox 360. And most of these games I played on 360.
All right.
Until the Xbox One, that one came out with Arkham Knight. So most of them played on console. Playing them now for stream on PC has been really impressive to see how well they hold up visually. Specifically, Arkham Knight looks beautiful to this day. So that's always a good thing.
For me to start with, if I did Arkham Knight, is that the first
and one? I would say start with Arkham Asylum. I would go in the order of the main games.
When was that
so
released?
I would Arkham Asylum would have been like 2009.
Okay.
So if you wanted to do a little bit of like a Star Wars type of rewatch where you do prequels first, then those, you could do Arkham Origins first, and then Asylum, then City, then Night. I would save Arkham Origins for like an if you want to play it, because if you don't want to get too burnt out by playing like Origins, Asylum, and then City, and not end up playing Night because you played like if there was one you were going to get too burnt out and stop playing them, Origins to me would be the one to leave out. So I would go with the Rocksteady lineup as they came out. Asylum, City, then Night. My ranking of them personally is Arkham City, like I said, my favorite game of all time in general, not even just of the series. So my personal ranking is Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, and then Arkham Knight.
Okay.
And Arkham Origins last. But if I was to recommend...
Not the new one, not the Suicide Game one then.
So funny thing about the Suicide Squad game. So, obviously there's a ton of chatter about it this past year about, all the things it does with the story and all that. And I've just been uninterested in playing it.
You've not bothered, Nate. You're not.
Well, so not until recently. So I didn't want to play it. I'm like, I'm not giving this game money because, like, one, I hate the idea that it was a live service game. Everybody wants to be Fortnite and just get the skins and the money from skins and all that for these video game companies. You don't all have to be Fortnite. You can just forget battle passes and play a single solo player experience, especially when it comes to the world of superheroes and Batman. That's your best bet. So I was already kind of like not interested in that. Then you start hearing about, the story and just the kind of disrespectful way that they handle all these superheroes and all that with Batman and Boomerang peeing on Flash and all that. It's like, this is just immature. It's not clever. It's not edgy. It's just immature and you're trying to piss people off. So I was very uninterested in playing it from that. And then I had heard, I think I watched Mauler stream a bunch of it and all that. And like the gameplay looks boring and repetitive. So it just wasn't really for me. I stayed away from it. However, over the past 2 weeks, it became free to play on PlayStation because they've canceled the live service. They've essentially ended the game.
Like, what's it, a year old?
Yeah, it'll be a year old next month.
And they have to give it away for free.
Yep. So it's on every time Steam does a sale, it's for like $4 or $5. You can get it for dirt cheap. A buddy of mine texted me last week and he's like, "Oh, dude, it's if you have the PlayStation Now or PlayStation Plus, whatever the hell they call it. If you have that service, the same as Xbox Game Pass, you get all these games, stream them. So if you have that service, it's free on there right now." And immediately after I finished laughing, I'm like, well, it's free. Maybe finally I'll give it a chance. So getting my hands on it, in terms of the gameplay, it's not awful. It's not great. It's a bit repetitive. It's a looter shooter type of thing. I think if I have the right gaming category, right? Essentially, you're just going around, like every character's main basic thing is that they're going to use a gun and shoot these aliens or corrupted, beings, whatever the hell it is. Yeah. So like, it doesn't even feel like, okay, that works for Deadshot, but like, then you play as King Shark and he's just got a minigun. Then you play as Harley and she's got a baseball bat and a gun. Then you play as Boomerang and he's got a boomerang and a gun. It's like, they don't feel like original or authentic to each different character. It basically feels like the same kind of gameplay for each character.
Oh, they don't give them different tactics and different.
Yeah, like they do slightly, but not enough that it feels different. Like at the end of the day, you end up just using the gun for each character the most. Like you don't use the baseball bat or the boomerang or King Shark's fists. You end up just using their gun, so it doesn't feel much different than Deadshot. It's not the gameplay wise. It's not as bad as I would have thought. Still not good. It's very boring and very repetitive, but it's not as like dog crap as I thought it was going to be. So I'll give them that. The gameplay is not as bad as I thought it would be. I might finish the game just to finish it. I don't love to leave things unfinished unless they're truly awful and I can't make it through it. The problem with this game is the story is as bad as advertised. The story is awful. It's poorly written. It's disrespectful to characters. I'm at the point where to get through it, I'm now just like skipping through the cinematics because I just can't be bothered with them anymore. Yeah, they're that bad that I can't. Yeah. The dialogue is awful. The story they're telling is awful. The characters don't feel right. The treatment of the heroes is wrong in terms of just, look, I know it was a Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game. I knew that was going to be some end result. To be honest with you, I thought going into it, they would just be controlled by Brainiac, and these quote unquote Kill the Justice League would really just be breaking the, the Brainiac hold on them. And even getting into knowing more about it and finding out that they do kill the members of the Justice League, didn't love it, but I'm still like, okay, I mean, it is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. What did I expect? Maybe I fooled myself. But it's the disrespectful nature in which they handle the heroes that's just like, oh God, like you guys just like, you're trying to piss people off. But even on top of that, the hero fights don't feel very different from one another. It's like you beat Green Lantern by shooting him. And what does Green Lantern do? Shoot you with a gun. Like, okay, like a made up, stupid Green Lantern one. What do you do for the next character you got to fight? Like, it's not like none of the fights, again, it's much like the characters themselves where nothing feels different or authentic to who the character should be. It's just repetitive. Like, guess how you beat the next guy? You shoot him with a gun. Guy after that, you're going to shoot him, whether it's Flash, Superman, Green Lantern, whoever it is. It's like, you're just shooting them all with the weapons that you have. It's like nothing feel like, and the fights don't feel very different. They don't feel like, one of the things I love about the Arkham games is the Poison Ivy fight, for example, in Arkham Asylum is very unique and authentic to Poison Ivy, the way you fight her and all that. The way you fight Bane, same for him. The way you fight this one, that one. It always feels authentic and different from one another because it's based off who that character is that you're fighting. This feels just generic and bland of like, it's going to be a shooting battle between you and Green Lantern, shooting battle between you and Superman, shooting battle between you and like, it's just repetitive and boring. So those are my issues with the game. Is it as bad as I thought it would be gameplay wise? No, but it's still not good, and the story is as bad as advertised. And
well, let's say as you got it for free, and the other thing is, it worth people if you can get it for free?
Yeah, if you can get it for free and you're curious, I would say the curiosity has to be there. If you're not curious, skip it. It's not fun.
So if you want something to play, it's a no.
Right. If you want something to play, because you're like, if you're kind of just like, I kind of want to see if this game is as bad as they said it was, like I was. Yeah. For free, sure, it's worth it. I'll probably finish it, but I'll kind of just power my way through it and, like, again, keep skipping this cutscenes from now on because I'm all set.
There you go. Cool. So I'm going to tell my girlfriend because she's the gamer. I still needed to get her on somewhere. I need to get her on. She's the gamer. She's like, I'm terrible. The only thing I can do is beat Boston in NHL.
Yeah. I need you to turn that difficulty up. I need to give Boston a fight.
I don't know how to do it. It's like, oh my God, the difficult is like playing on a D-pad. Oh my God, your thumb.
My thumb, I can feel it in my thumb right now.
You're like that. You're like, my, not having a joystick. And then I went back to a joystick and I was like, oh, this is weird. And I was like, oh, that's a bit odd. Yeah, it was really weird. Like just having a D-pad and you go, that's weird. Got used to it. Then going back to a joystick, kind of the joystick thing. It's just odd. It was odd. It was very, very odd.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. But this has been fun. This has been 4 hours of fun. And whilst we were on stream, I been under the cusp of 1,400 subscribers. So everybody who's come on and new people and press the sub button, I highly appreciate it. So I'm on 1,400.
Nice. Nice.
So
awesome.
Everybody, I do hope you give it that way to Jay from Nerd Takes. The link is in the description. And I know Sandy's not here, but Sandy as well. God give Sandy. So we're gonna. I'm guessing your next one's gonna be Batman stream then. After you've got to get you hyped into it.
I do really have to finish Batman Arkham Origins, so that'll honestly probably be the next stream. I just have to find some time. It's been an incredibly busy couple of weeks. I don't think I've done a stream for like 2 weeks now. Well, this will be week 2 or something. So yeah, I do have to find some more time.
Do it. Do it. There we go. So yeah, go over Jay. Go over and sub to Jay's Nerd Takes. Great channel. A lot of gaming. That's it. But yeah, it has been fun. it's been a lot of fun. I like this. This was actually quite a lot of fun.
This was really
not
fun.
saying we didn't miss Sandy. I'm not saying that, Sandy.
It's a nice little it's a nice little way to fill in the gaps. It's something we should consider for anytime somebody can't show up. You know, if there's just scheduling things, you know, that we don't want to push it out, we should you know, whether it's me, Sandy, whoever.
Well, maybe we should do like this. Well, next week is Critters. If you like that movie, we should do all of them. There are a lot of
6-hour stream just waiting to happen.
There we go. Well, the thing is, Critters and then Critters 2 is okay, and then they just went, let's just see how much we can get straight to TV, like VHS straight to tape kind of thing. Like I think there's one Critters in Space or something like that.
Oh god, everything ends up in space sometime
or
another.
It's really hard. It's really hard to watch because you're like, what am I actually watching? Am I watching? Yeah, this is actually real. Like I'm actually watching this. Yeah, it's so funny. But I'm hoping you'll enjoy it because I think Sandy has watched it, but not for a while. I actually like it. I find it very. It's just entertainment. It's just silly entertainment. It's great. So it's a different one because I think when we get to it, it's how we put our take on it. It's going to be quite interesting because it is sci-fi, but very silly sci-fi. And I like that you have that. So yeah, next time we got Critters. Then we got The Matrix, of course, after that. What is going to be quite deep.
It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a special guest if they get their finger out. So we might have a special guest for that one. Apart from that, we won't do the wheel. We always wait for the wheel after the next one. So the wheel won't happen tonight, people. Sorry if you carried on watching.
If you were only here for the wheel, I'm terribly sorry.
But thank you very much for Sandy Q again for the gifted memberships and Bendover for the 2 as well. That is absolutely amazing. Really enjoy it. A lot of viewers tonight. The chat, you went mad. Loved it. It's been a lot of fun. Jay?
Yeah, no, this was great. As you can tell, I love talking Batman. So anytime we want to talk Batman, feel free. But this was a lot of fun. And in terms of the channel, trying to think what I have coming up. So I just did a review, or kind of a reaction review of the Daredevil trailer for the new series of that's going to be out on Disney Plus, which to my surprise was a fantastic trailer. And it captured the core essence of the Netflix version of the Daredevil show, which I absolutely love.
I don't know what happened. My girlfriend watched the Daredevil series. I've never done it.
Really? Stasis, you got to watch it.
You know,
season
one of the things you like.
Brilliant.
Why everybody? Yeah, everybody says it. I know I need to watch it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I just
100%.
I don't get why I haven't watched it yet. And I just like at the time, I don't know why. And my girlfriend watched it. I don't know where I was and what I was doing. It was
that's one of those ones where I would say at this point, the next time you're just scrolling for something to watch, even if you don't feel like you're in the mood to start it, just throw an episode on and boom, you'll be hooked. You'll be you know, nose deep in Daredevil season 1, 2, and 3. Season 1 is phenomenal. I think it's not only one of the my god,
they said so like 1 is great, 2 is good,
both good,
and then
3 is probably the weakest of the bunch, but it's still good. Don't get me wrong; it's not bad or anything. It's just the weakest of the bunch. It's kind of one of those like by default, you're up against 2 better things. Something has to come last.
I need to
season 1 will get you hooked immediately.
A couple of series that is coming to its end, so we need maybe I'll do. See if my girlfriend wants to rewatch as well. Or
I'm going to see if the wife wants to. She's never seen it.
So
I want to see if I can get her to watch too, because it's really good. And I got to say, I was shocked by the trailer. It looked damn good. So that's coming. That's already out. I'm working on a review for Creature Commandos, and
oh god, okay,
Oh god is the perfect response to that.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It was something. Spoiler alert. It was shit. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
It's not got good. It's not for something they should have really nailed down. Apparently it's not.
I don't know why. I don't know why they chose to start the James Gunn universe with this. Fortunately, I don't think a lot of people are going to watch it in terms of the masses. Like for a lot of people, Superman will be the first thing in this universe for them, and rightfully so. That's what should have started this in the first place. This was a little appetizer before the main course type of thing, but it was like being served a plate of crap as your appetizer. It was terrible. I did not like it. The humor in it, the storytelling, the characters, boring, uninteresting, and unfunny, which are the 3 worst things that show could be. So that's a little spoiler alert of what you'll see in my review or hear in my review. But so that I'm going to be working on and finding some time to stream some other things. I want to do some recommendation videos. A lot of stuff I want to do. Just got to get the time to square it away to actually do it.
I was good. I was doing a lot, and then literally, oh my god, my time got away with me.
That's so what I feel like right now.
You're like, oh no. So yeah, but it's good, but yeah.
And then outside of that, showing up for Film Club next week.
Yeah, that'll be it. And then Sandy's back, so people miss Sandy. Sandy is back next week for our usual schedule, I suppose, like that. Back to our film critique of Critters.
Our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah. So with that, it happens when it happens at the moment with me. So yeah, on the channel, especially with the new subs, I've been actually doing I've been enjoying doing just some weird stumbling across stuff at the moment. Like that one I had. What was it called? The something Indigo Park. What a great game! That was a great little demo. Oh my god, it was literally they're trying to get funding for the full game.
Mm-hmm.
So they did the first chapter, I suppose, of it. It's brilliant, absolutely. A really fun kind of it's best way to put it is like Disneyland has gone to put but there's something awry in the park, and then you go in to investigate, and then something fun. But it was a lot of fun. And it just made me smile, and the gameplay on it was really good. I got stuck, it wasn't that easy and it wasn't that hard, but it just made me smile, and I really enjoyed it. And it was quirky and it was really funny. So yeah, I that was my fun stream this last week. I really enjoyed it. It was just came across it completely by accident, and I was on Steam, and I was like, "What is this? What's their trailer thing?" And I was like, "Huh." That looks like it'll be silly and a bit of fun. I didn't expect it to be good, and it was really good. So go and check that out, guys. It's really, really good. But apart from that, I only have one thing left to say. Jay isn't, but I'm Batman.